Testing. All right. We are fucking live, honey. Today is day 55 of 100 days of improvement. Let's see how much we get done today. Haven't streamed in like 3 weeks. I want to see if I can stream to YouTube as well, but I don't know if I can do dual streaming to them. Maybe I'll try later. And fuck it. Better stick to what I know. Till I know something else. Oi, oi, oi. As always, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you're watching this in the future, leave a comment. Keep doing that, god damn it. Okay. So I am literally just practicing hands. I'm not doing anything spectacular. I'm just practicing hands. And I might spin off into something else. So just so you get a general idea of what I'm actually working on. I am not joking. I am literally just practicing hands. If you have any questions, of course you can ask. Yeah. These hands are going to be for something I'm obviously working on later. Plus, I always tend to want to go back and basically practice and reevaluate the way I do my process. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you can't improve on it. So I like to always go back and try and see if I've improved, and if I have improved, update what my current process looks like, so that if I pass on the information to somebody else, I'm not passing on the old process. I'm passing on the new process. If that makes sense. These are situational. It's not instructional. So what I'm doing is I'm actually drawing hands doing stuff. Action poses, things like that. It's the best way to practice. Is when I practice anything, I always practice stuff in action, or how it would look if you draw it. I honestly think it's rather pointless to do the anatomy study, you know, like just the one for one measurements and stuff like that. You got to do that stuff early on when you're learning how to draw. You don't do it when you're practicing. Practicing is meant to be like in motion or in action, or for me anyways, so that I know that the proportions and stuff that I chose will work in real life scenarios. Especially if I'm like doing comic book art or something like that, I have to know that the stuff looks like comic book art, you know what I mean? Or it looks like it's gonna work with the comic book style. If I draw like a realistic type hand and I'm practicing nothing but realistic hands, then I gotta draw a comic book arm. Shit ain't gonna work. This way I know that the stuff that I'm actually practicing works with what it's intended to work with. And if not, you improve on it. You stop and you evaluate why it's not working, and you just keep hammering it and hammering it and hammering it until you get it right. And I do this with every body part. So now I've done this with female body parts already, where I've done the same exact thing. With female hands, they're a little bit more delicate. They have less detail, so on and so forth. Male hands, for me, are a lot more complicated because they look a lot, they have a lot more expression to them because they're a lot more rugged and beat up and all that. You could draw female hands like this, but I usually don't. So I draw them according to pretty much how I feel like I would draw them in real life, if you know what I mean. I don't draw my male hands any different than what I would normally draw, like if I was drawing a character or something. So if I'm like drawing like body parts, so if I'm drawing like body parts and stuff like this, or bodies moving, see how I draw the hands like this is what you're practicing for. Scenarios. Whatever the scenarios may be, your hands have a position or a part to play in that. And the same with any other body part. So for me, when I'm drawing it, that's kind of what I'm thinking about. I'm kind of looking at it as an opportunity to try out. Like if I'm gonna sit there and draw an optimal pose for a hand, like somebody throwing a punch or whatever, you can't just, all right, I know how to draw a fist, but you do know how to draw a fist from every angle. Do you know how to draw the fist in a very clenched manner or a loose manner? There's different ways you can throw a punch, you know what I mean? So like when you practice, you should practice in a way that's going to make it fun for you. You know, it's the same thing with drawing feet or anything else. First, you understand how you understand how the shit's drawn first, then you have fun with it. That's generally how it goes. You know, like when you first start off, you want to kind of break it down, you know, knuckles and all that shit. To give yourself a general idea of how this stuff just works. But once you get all that going, you know, and you get a general understanding of how a hand is built, and you know, you can quickly summarize how to put it together. Now you have to make sense of it all. All right, I know how I would want to put my hand together. Now I gotta actually know. I gotta figure out how I want to be able to throw it together really fast. You don't want to be that guy or girl, because I found this to be a situation that happens a lot with people that they learn stuff, but they don't learn how to train their brain to think fast. You don't train your brain to think fast. Meaning, see how I'm drawing all these lines and stuff like that? This is stuff you don't draw when you're drawing your hands or feet or whatever. Because you definitely should not have to draw this kind of stuff while you're working, while you're doing your workflow, you know what I mean? Because this is all the learning stuff. This is where your brain should automatically know that there's a knuckle there. I need to compensate for that space. I don't need to draw in knuckle measurements, or if I'm spacing the fingers like I'm doing now, I shouldn't have to do those lines to space the fingers, even if that's not right. You know what I mean? There should be more. I figured like there should be more finger space over here. But anyway, that's not the point. Point is I shouldn't be measuring that, or I shouldn't need to measure this while I'm drawing. My brain should already have the measurements mapped out because of how much I practiced. You should also know how much the length of your fingers are. All this is which is what the practice is for. What's the length in my fingers? What finger has the longest reach? Which one has the shortest reach? You know, how far do you want to draw your fingers apart? You know, all that stuff. And you should be able to draw it quickly. And if you can't, this is why you practice, so you can do it quickly. Now, if I'm drawing this out right now, it's more so for the purpose of showing someone else. Because there's someone that doesn't really measure their stuff like this. And they probably like the way that I draw stuff. And then I can show them this and be like, this is what goes on in my brain when I'm drawing my hands. Now, the hands can be whatever you want them to be. The feet can be whatever you want it to be or whatever. But in my brain, the non-exaggerated measurements look like this. Of course, broken down into different categories of shapes and stuff. This is also important for me because one of the biggest problems that I have when I draw hands and feet and shit like that is, especially hands, the wrist, and then this part right here, which connects to the thumb, which creates this little bump, this area right here. So when I draw my hands, this part right here always fucks me up because I don't understand that the hand is, I always forget that the hand is bigger than the wrist. And when I draw it, I always draw my hands and my wrist like the same size. And then and then I'm like, why does it look so off? It's supposed to look like, a hand, and it always looks rather off, and it's because I don't measure my proportions correctly, and I forget stuff. And that's just why you usually have this is usually why you have references and shit like that, so that you won't forget. And like when you're speed drawing, you can quickly refer to stuff you were working on to remember. All right, well, I know this is supposed to have this much space. And then once you do it a certain amount of times, it's just embedded in your brain. The problem is you have to do it a certain amount of times before it's embedded in your brain. And when you don't practice, or you don't specifically practice on specific things, it causes specific problems. If I just practice on drawing hands, I'll get good at drawing hands, but they won't be real. They won't be relatable hands. Sometimes your hands will be a little off, a little funny looking. Like you'll forget you'll forget little things that make a hand look more like a hand, like fingernails. Something's like really important. Sounds stupid, but if you don't draw fingernails, you will regret it later on in your existence of art. Fingernails are absolutely positively important to practice in the grand scheme of drawing hands. So why am I breaking down my hands like this? Because I can draw a million hands all day long, but if I don't break down what they're supposed to look like, you might as well, if I don't break down what they're supposed to look like as far as like my measurements, like where the knuckles and stuff like that, it won't make sense to anybody else. This is just a more direct, hey, this is how a traditional breaking down of the hands and or fingers should look. Now I could draw bones or bone like stuff in the middle of it so people can get a more general or direct idea. Hey, son, tell me you beat Elden Ring. You didn't. Gosh darn it. How's your streaming going? Are you still streaming? Do you still love it? Yada, 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 all that stuff. How's life going for you? Yeah. Consistency will definitely bring you more viewers. It's very important to be consistent. But always remember, make sure your consistency is balanced with your life, because the minute something changes and you can't stream the way you're supposed to, your audience will start to dwindle. A lot of people will depend on you to stream at that schedule, and if you mess that schedule up, you're going to start working backwards. But glad to see you're still at it. I haven't streamed in like 3 weeks, but I'm working on like a secret, well, a Patreon project. I'm working on several Patreon projects because I haven't done shit from my Patreon in a while, and that's what this is. This is for. This is going to be Patreon only stuff. This is for a bigger. It's for a bigger. It's for a bigger idea. Got a king size bed, huh? More room to stretch out. You're over 6 feet, so you need a bigger bed. That's gonna always be an issue in your life. You gotta make sure you keep a big bed, because if you don't, oh boy, you're gonna have back problems, and going to work is gonna suck. All that good shit. Make sure you have a good chair too. Believe it or not, that shit helps. Having a crappy chair, no bueno. It took me a while to realize that you need a chair for your vertebrae. When I first started streaming, I sat on the hardest, stiffest chair ever. Because I was like, it's a chair. I don't fucking need all of that. I'm not going to be streaming for a long time. And then I would end up streaming for like 12 hours. Get up and your back is stiff and it feels like you're about to fall to pieces. You get how I'm breaking this down. It's completely unnecessary for me because I already know how to draw my hands and I know how my proportions work. But again, in the event of explaining it to somebody else, and especially with men, most of the time when I draw male hands, I never draw things like fingernails and stuff like that, which is something that you should always do. It's very important that you draw. You make it a habit of putting fingernails on pretty much any hand you draw. You don't have to put the wrinkles and the creases and the knuckles and stuff like that, but if you're going to draw a hand like this and it's for a zombie, no one's going to know it's a zombie hand unless you draw crotchety nails, and then they'll be like it's either an old person or a zombie. If you make the flesh decayed, stuff like that, you know, like if you go a crotchety old evil person, you don't even have to really show them. If you show their fingers and their fingers are like bony and long with shitty nails, it's usually a giveaway, a telltale. If you don't put nails at all, sometimes they think it's a glove. It's like, this is a glove. You can tell by the little lacing that's right here. But if I don't put the back on it, you won't know. You have to have the stitching, stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's why putting nails are important. Otherwise, you know, it's telltale things. Well, listen, if your schedule keeps getting interrupted, here's what you do. Well, first off, you got to prioritize. I'm sure you think a lot of the stuff that you do in life is like super duper important, but you have to look at it like, if you plan on doing streaming for a living, this is only if you plan on doing it for a living, not saying you're planning on doing it, but not really knowing. I mean, like when you're actually knowing. And this goes with anything that you do. If you're planning on doing it, you have to weigh it against the things in your life that are less important. And you plan your schedule around those things. So, you know, like, for instance, showering is important. Sleeping is important. Going to work is important if you're not doing streaming as a job, you know. So those things are important. But hanging out every Sunday with your friends drinking, because that's something that you do, is less important than streaming. Because streaming is something you're turning into something so that you can have more time to do that. You have to limit the time you do all the BS, you know, and then, you know, or find a way to incorporate that into your fun time. If all your friends are gamers, instead of going to hang out, meet them motherfuckers on the game. Shit like that. Well, that's the thing, is you're a grown-up now, so family stuff can be controlled. I understand your family is kind of like very weird about hanging out and stuff like that, but again, you're a grown-up. Your family will understand if you have grown-up shit to do. If you plan on doing it for a living. You know what I mean? You like, because when you get older, and here's the thing that you learn when you get older. When you get older and you spend your time doing stuff for other people, and then it's just you realize how much of the time you could have spent doing something else, but you wasted it, well, doing shit that wasn't for you. Your life literally has to be things that are for you, and everything else is secondary. But I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure you know this. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, when it comes time for you to have to make a choice for things in your life, that's how you weigh it. You know, that's how you weigh it. If every time you go and see your family is drama, you should probably think about, well, is that beneficial to my life? Like, as far as, like, it doesn't matter how much you love your family. You know what I mean? That's something that I had to learn. Is like, I love my family, I do, but some of the people in my family I don't need to be around. You know what I mean? You can love them from a distance. You know, I don't need to go see them every week just because, you know, family, and they could be gone one day. Motherfucker, I can be gone one day, and it could be because of my family. And then I always think about, as a father, if I'm gone tomorrow, what do I leave? You know what I mean? Me hanging out with my family isn't going to do anything for my lineage when I'm gone. You know, or me hanging out with my homeboys, because that's what we do, is gonna, you know what I'm saying. You get what I mean. Well, no, I mean, it's only the shit that's important. If it's not, don't make it important. It has to, you know what I mean? Like if streaming is a hobby, keep it a hobby. You know what I mean? Like, but when you decide you want it to be more than a hobby, and you get to that point where you're like, man, I don't have enough time in a day. Yeah, you do. It's just you're gonna have to understand that as you start doing things that's more important to you, you're going to lose a lot of people in your life, and you're not gonna do a lot of shit that you normally would do because and people are gonna say you changed and you're acting funny and all of that, and just understand that it's because you're not doing things that benefit them anymore. You're doing things that benefit yourself. It's a part of growing up. Will happen to you because it happened to me. The minute I started realizing that, hey, I could be a tattoo artist if I stopped doing this dumb shit and stop hanging out with my friends and all, you know, all the shit that I would do as a youngster. And I started worrying about myself. My friends started saying I changed and, you know, you act different. And it's not that I act different. I just don't act like them anymore. And that doesn't work for them because now their life is disrupted because I'm not acting normal. You know what I mean? You'll get there. Now that I'm at a point where my career, I make money in my career and I have a job and everything is going great, I spend way more time alone than I do with anybody. Because you realize that as you get older, you're your best company. Everybody else is just kind of like, it's cool to talk to friends every now and again, but I need to be able to miss my friends before I can talk to them. Well, that's the thing, is if the crap isn't yours, you shouldn't be dealing with it. It's just that simple. I don't give a fuck if they are your family. I don't give a damn if it was me. If the shit you're dealing with isn't yours, don't deal with it. You're not there to solve your family's problems. And the other thing you'll realize is you are not the savior. You may feel like you are. And the other thing is like if you're responsible and everybody you hang around with are not responsible, you need to leave them be so that they can become responsible. Because as long as there's someone responsible present, they will act less responsible. Again, this will make sense. Especially if you get to a point where you decide you want to have like children and shit like that. It's going to really, really mess with you when you start realizing you don't have time for the shit that's important to you because you're still dealing with family shit. All right, so that would be like a breakdown of how I would draw. Like this is a breakdown of how my brain would work if I'm drawing hands. You know, if I'm like, so when I'm drawing these hands, and if you ever wonder why my hands are broken down in a specific way, the people that I learned how to draw hands from, which is many, in order to develop the way that I draw hands, I always break my hands down into pieces. But the general idea is like box of hot dogs. Like it doesn't make sense to most people, but in my brain, it's like a box with hot dogs in it. But as I've evolved in my hand drawing, I realized that there is more steps to drawing more detailed hands than just a simple hot dogs and, you know, box. When I first started drawing my hands, this was all I knew. The baseball diamond. This is like my baseball diamond right here. And then everything else was a hot dog. I had no structure for the knuckles, no nothing. It was literally just the box and the hot dogs that stuck out of it. The other thing that I noticed that I do now that I didn't do before is when I first started drawing hands, I would draw my hands with only one bend, or my finger with only one bend. I still kind of do that, but I realize now that it looks more detailed with three bends. What I mean by bends is the bends in the fingers. These represent where the fingers bend. Of course, the knuckles, right? So you got your knuckles are your first bend, and then the other bend is your second bend. I never drew the third bend, which was the tip of your finger. I would just draw the other two bends. Because I was like, I don't need it. I'm drawing cartoon hands or whatever. I'll worry about that later, you know. But realistically, my hand, I would struggle with my hands. Like this would be the typical way I would draw my hands right here. And this is just, you know, you would have like this part right here and then the rest of the finger. There would be no tip. It worked, but realistically, it didn't. You know what I mean? It doesn't. It doesn't work. It works, but it doesn't work. You have to kind of, you know what I mean? Like same thing here. Like now that I put the third bend, this part would be like what I would normally draw, and that would be it. And it looked kind of awkward. But now that I, like, you know what I'm saying, now that I understand, okay, this is your first bend right here. Or no, this is your second bend. This is your first bend, which is your knuckle. And then your third bend is behind there. Now I know, now my brain is like, all right, I can see it in 3 dimensions. Before I could not see that shit in 3 dimensions to save my life. I would just draw what I thought it would look like and I would muscle through it. But now that I'm at a point in my learning, it's almost automatic. That's good, son. You know, don't feel bad about it either. You're gonna have a point where you're gonna feel bad about, oh well, I'm pushing my family. You're not pushing them away. You're just making more room for what you have to do. That's something that you'll learn is like when you don't deal with your family, you're not pushing them away. You're making more room with what you have to do. As a grown-up, once you start figuring out what you have to do, you'll realize that you don't have time. And this is true. You don't have time for bullshit that doesn't directly relate to what you want to do. Meaning, if I want to make a book, I want to make a book, right? If I want to make a book, I can't make a book and then make time to solve whatever problems your brothers and sisters are going through or whatever. I have to make time for what I need to do and let them solve their own problems. If, as sure as I'm sitting here drawing right now, I could literally be involving myself in some shit that doesn't really matter. This goes with anybody. If you're trying to do something in life, there will always be obstacles that will try to drag you away from what you want to do. And you have to stop and ask yourself, is this productive? Is this productive toward what I want to do? And it may sound selfish, but that's the point. Yes, it is selfish. It's about me. Here's what you're doing, and here's what I'm doing, and what you're doing isn't aligning with what I'm doing. So I'm gonna leave you to handle your shit because it's your shit, and I'm gonna go do my shit, and then, you know, like, we'll revisit this later. Now, if you have nothing but time and that's the shit you want to do, it's like, you know, it's like trying to teach somebody how to do art. It's like trying to teach somebody how to do art that just doesn't get it. And you stop and you spend all your time trying to get them to understand something that, well, they just don't get. And you don't understand why they just don't get it. And it could literally just be that they don't want to get it, or they don't put enough time in to figure it out, because they'll figure, I'll just go back and ask this person. I have people that are like that just refuse to get stuff because they always know they can come back and ask, well, hey man, how do you do that thing again? Or, you know, I know you showed me, but I kind of forgot. Can you show me again? And they'll keep doing it, right? Which it'll cause a strain on you, because of course you don't want to be the bad guy, you know. But at a certain point, you just can't, like, that's the reason why I make instructions like this and stuff. And I do things like this, and I try to explain to people the way I think about, like, art and stuff. Because if I explain it to them and I leave them breadcrumbs and they still can't figure it out, I can't help them. And then I don't feel bad or guilty about leaving them to their own devices. Because at first I used to feel real guilty, but now I'm just like, well, I did what I could. You can only do so much. Would you like to make a penumbra for my stream? I made a penumbra for your stream. What do you mean? You mean like do a border? I already designed the character. Where the fuck did I put that shit? I designed your character eons ago. Well, this is the black and white version, but well, I don't really know how to do the whole YouTuber thing. I mean, if I could draw you the avatar, and if you had somebody that could make it talk, but I don't know how to make it talk. I would have no problem with doing that. I don't know how to do the whole VTuber talking thing. You know, that's why I don't have mine, because I wanted an avatar but I want my avatar to be a little bit more complex. I want my shit to be, yeah, like I wanted to do CGI, but I just can't find people that want to invest the time, and even if you're paying them, they just don't. For some reason, and I don't know why, people don't like money. like, like I have been trying to pay somebody to do my avatar forever. But okay, let me restate that. For what I want, it's not. It is professional grade, and I'm trying to pay professional grade money to get professional grade stuff, and a lot of people can't do just the rigging. Everybody can do the model for whatever reason. They just can't do the rigging, or they say they can and then they just don't. Or I've been dealing with this for years now. But yeah, see, like what I want to do is more complex than that. But uh, what I actually want to do mines for is more for the gaming aspect as well. I just want to make my avatar like my my gaming persona have an alter ego. But like I've never really tried to do the animation stuff, and I don't really care to do it. I can draw the images, but I don't really want to do the animation stuff. I am lazy in that aspect. But I did draw a turnaround for your character. I've had that done forever. Uh, so that if you needed someone to do it for you, they would have something to use. What you definitely are going to need to do is if you're going to go the route of the VTuber, you have to get someone that is like your VTuber person, because you're going to want to alter your VTuber, do specific things as your stream grows that fit. in line with what you are doing at that time. Searching for, you don't want to be searching for someone to do it, you know, on when you decide you want to do it. You have to have the people already there. Which is why a lot of people don't usually do that until they get their user base going. And wait a minute, do you have your sub button yet? You better have your damn sub button. Ah, that's the thing. Is it's not that you don't have viewers that watch all at the same time. You don't stream enough for your viewers to be considered concurrent. Because you don't need viewers to watch all the time. You just need to have 3 or more viewers at the same. It could be people that just pop in for one stream. But again, it goes along with your schedule. If you don't have a schedule like that, then the VTuber thing or the character and all that stuff is a little premature. You got to nail down the schedule thing. And you got to get a sub button. That's how you're going to build your community the most. Because a lot of people will watch you. If a person takes the initiative to sub to you, they will watch you a lot more than someone that is just popping in. Once they make that commitment to sub to you, they will pop in so that they can get the most out of their subs. You definitely going to need emotes. I'm pretty sure you don't have that yet, you know, which, I mean, I can help with the emotes and all that shit. The only thing is I don't really do the VTuber stuff. Animation has always been rather boring to me. Just simply because I don't really like repetitive drawing. I.e. why I don't have my own animated character. But you definitely, the thing you need to definitely work on 100%, like right now, is the scheduling and the schedule in which you stream. It doesn't matter if it's just one day. It needs to be that day for that many hours. If you can't get away from your regular life for at least 3 to 4 hours in one stream, like don't invest anything into your stream until you can. Because you're going to need to be on stream for at least 3 to 4 hours. Well, here's the thing. You need to have 3 to 4 hours of quality entertainment. So if you're going to get on your stream and you're exhausted from work and you're not that entertaining, it's going to be pointless. It has to be 3 to 4 hours of quality entertainment. Something that people will watch for 3 to 4 hours. And of course you play games, so it's like pick a game that you are entertained by for 3 to 4 hours. The other thing is if you have friends that game consistently, make a note of people that you know that game consistently that would not mind playing games with you, because you're going to need people that will want to game with you every now and again, because gaming alone, and I mean, here's the thing. Make sure the people that you pick are diverse. You don't want to have a chat room full of people that act like you. Not you like you as in the same personality. It gets kind of wishy-washy. You need people with different kinds of entertaining qualities, and you guys mesh well together. Like me and my boy Soups, we stream well together because our personalities complement each other. You know, it's just like Two Senseless. When I stream with her, our personalities complement each other. You need that. If you're streaming with somebody and you're hyper and they're hyper, it becomes a clusterfuck. But you need people that you stream with every now and again. I would say your brothers, but y'all personalities are night and day. That's my hardest thing is finding people that I can stream with that their personalities match mine or it complements mine. Because I have people that like as far as art, it's very easy. I know a lot of art people, but the problem with artists is they don't stream for a long time. Artists will typically stream for about 2 hours and then they get burned out. And when you're streaming, when you're doing like any kind of streaming, the longer you're on, the more people can find you.
Oh, you guys made me eat.
It is. See, and then you develop a community of people like Kitty that will support you no matter what you do. 108 months at tier 3, I mind you. This dude has seen me when I drew my shittiest work and still liked it. And every little thing that I do, he supports it. And this is what you're working for. You remember that whenever you get that one viewer or that one person that genuinely cares about what you do, that's what you stream for. You continue to log in, you continue to stream, you continue to do all the stuff you do because of the people that support you like that. You don't give up because I'm not making any money and stuff like that, because now you made a commitment, and that's the whole thing. Is like once you make that commitment, you have to stick to it, because when you started streaming, if it wasn't about the money, why is it now? That's how you have to look at it. Everybody knows I just wanted to make quality content. That's all I care about. But I don't know what you stream for, son, but whatever it is, if it's not money, you should always remember that when you start feeling low, it's like you didn't get into it for this. So, I just want to make good enough art to be in Kitty's gallery. I'm already in his gallery, but I want the art that I give him to be amongst the other people that are in his gallery that work for companies, or when like companies that make, like, I want a statue, because I'm doing 3D modeling now. I'm learning it, but I want a statue in his gallery. But the statues that are in his gallery are God tier, which means I need to become God tier. But it gives you something to shoot for. You know what I mean? Me doing 3D modeling is something that anybody that's ever been in my stream knows that I've always said I didn't want to do 3D modeling. I didn't want to do 3D modeling. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. Like I was against it because I was like, it's just too much work. But now that I've been drawing for so long, and my drawing is getting to a point where I don't want to sound arrogant when I say this, but you ever do something and you feel like you're so good at it that it's boring? It's not that I'm good at it, it's that I have exceeded what I was expecting for myself. What I wanted to do in my art, I've exceeded. So the only option is to level up. It's to make make something new to exceed. And the only viable option is to go 3D. And upon trying it out, I realized that it wasn't that hard to do. It was just like CGI or digital when I started. It was more so me being scared of failing. You know that whole thing, I don't want to suck, I don't want people to see that I suck. But it's like your art, you'll look back on your old art now, if you're an artist, and be like, damn, I sucked back then. But you didn't think you did. You thought you were good until you got better. And then you're like, holy shit, I was garbage. That's kind of how I look at like the 3D modeling journey. Is like, I thought I was good at this and I wasn't. So that's not going to be I don't use that as a crutch. Like, I don't care if I suck doing it. I just care if I'm going to be good at it. If I feel myself with the urge to learn, I'm gonna keep doing it. And I still feel the urge to learn. I feel that same urge as when I do like shit like this. Sketching hands used to be a chore for me, like a fucking huge chore. Now it's just whatever. My style, like my style is a mixture of everybody that I've ever like liked that did like art. You know, of course, my biggest influence is, Joe Mad, but my style is mixed perfectly with the people that I've grow up training under, and a mix of what I want to do. And I can put this kind of stuff in practice. Well, the other thing you got to think about too, son, is like even though it's for fun for you, even fun stuff becomes it's gonna come to a point where the fun stuff is going to become work. Not really like work like a job, but even you're gonna get so good at it that people are going to want to pay you to do it. That's with anything. You'll get so good at it that other people will want to pay you to do it. And don't ever say, I'll just do it for free. That's something that I learned. Not because you're greedy, it's because if you say you do it for free, people will start taking advantage of it. You know what I mean? If you got to make sure that you understand your value. You know, you do it if you're going to do it for free, do it for the people that actually appreciate you. Don't just throw it out there to everybody. You know, make what you do something that people appreciate. Give it value. Don't do like most people and forget that you pour your heart and soul into it. Because like, imagine how much money you spend on your equipment. Imagine how much time you spend. You know, you may love it, but you're going to get to a point where you're going to be like, God damn, I'm tired. Oh, I need to rest. And people aren't going to understand that, and then you're going to start becoming resentful because, you take 3 days off and you're going to have that one viewer that's like, where the fuck were you at? You know, and it's a part of the job. If it's, if even if you're not treating it as a job, don't, and I can't say this enough, don't ever mix your entertainment or your job with your personal life. You are not. You will become friends with people that you stream with, but that is a choice that you have to, or stream for, but that's a choice that you have to make. Everybody is not your friend, but some people will just make themselves your friend, and you have to separate that. What I mean by that is crazy people. You will have people that will generally think you're going to experience this, and it's funny that I say it because I didn't think I would ever experience it until I did, but you're going to have people that catalog things they know about you, right? And then when new people come in, they will make it known that they know these things about you. That means that they're more important than the new person when they're not. They just feel like they are. I didn't have people that felt like I was a father figure, which I'm like, not other than my children, of course, you know what I mean? Like, but I'm like, when a grown-up starts feeling like you're a father figure, that's weird when you're their entertainment. But people do that, especially when they relate more to you than their normal life. And it happens when you start building a community. You just got to learn how to keep it separate. I'm only telling you this because I never thought it would happen with me. I mean, over the 10 years that I've been streaming, which is fucking crazy. I've been streaming for 10 years. Like, over the 10 years, I've experienced all this stuff, and it's always kind of like caught off guard. Same thing with tattooing. When people told me stuff would happen in tattooing, and of course, I'm thinking this happens to famous people or people that are good. But you're never going to think that's you, but someone else is. And you have to remember if you don't hang out with these people in real life, or you don't relate to them on a level of friend, you have to make sure that they know that you are entertainment. You are not their homeboy, you're not their homegirl, you know. Entertainment. Entertainment. But you'll get it. Yeah, it's just things you'll experience growing up. You know, the things that you will hear constantly that you will just be like, that won't happen to me, or not me, I'm not that guy. You know, you'll understand that people see more in you than you see in yourself. But it's a good feeling, but you gotta, remember, keep yourself grounded. The way you think about yourself is not the way other people think about you. That is both good and bad. That's why I don't never really get discouraged when I'm like, when I get in a rut and I don't know what to draw and stuff like that and whatever. You know what I was thinking about the other day? Well, actually, it was like yesterday. Why I didn't stream yesterday? Because I was going to stream yesterday, but then I was like, I was like, I have been in this mind state to where, again, when you know you can draw something, it's like, why bother? There's nothing to gain from it, right? And it was something really cool, but it was chicks, and I think that was the thing, is like I was going to draw something and it was going to be really cool, but it was females, and I told myself I wasn't going to draw females after I did the book, and I talked myself out of it, right? But I'm like, afterwards, I was like, kind of like, why is it such a big deal that I don't draw females? Like, do I feel like I know why I think that way, because I feel like I'm wasting my time when I'm supposed to be learning something else. I'm supposed to be teaching myself to be as good at drawing males as I am at drawing females. And when I was doing the book, I got really good at drawing females, and my male characters suffered, which is why I'm drawing like male characters now. But I with my male character, I do more with them, right? Of course, when I was drawing the female characters, it was capturing the feminine aspect of them, like the sexiness. Where with my male characters, it's actually with character development. I'm learning how to develop the look of my male characters and the feel of my male characters. Whereas I didn't really do that with the females. With the females, it was like, if I look back at the book, so if I look back at the shit that I did for the book, like stuff like this was probably the most that I did for character development, was this page right here, when it was literally just faces. It was just random faces. All right, son, you have a good day. Like this was the most that I did for character development. Like, other than that, I didn't really do anything for character development. This was it. Other than that, it was just sexiness. But I realized that if I were to draw a character or design a female character, I would have to focus on the details in the face as much as I would everything else. It's not just, pretty girl with big hips and, breasts and shit like that. And I have to know how to, like, break shit down, make them look like what I wanted the character to look like. But it's funny that like when I draw my guy characters, I haven't really. I think I did that with one page. I think I did. I think I did a page of with faces on it. Where is it? This one is it number 2? I think it's number 2. But it's not the same. I didn't really care. I would just with male faces. I didn't really. I wasn't. There's so much more I could do with male faces that I just didn't really. You know what I mean? I feel like this sheet was a lot more lazy than the one I did with the females. And I think that I was literally only doing this because I did one with the females. I think I could have put a lot more effort into these characters or into these faces or whatever, and I didn't. Because with my males, when I draw males, I draw more, I put more emphasis on things like the body and like the feet and the hands and stuff like that, and less on the faces. Where with women, the face is the first thing that I draw. It's the first thing that I draw, so it's like it's got to be pretty. Or the other parts, you know, if I'm deliberately drawing an ugly woman or a less attractive woman, again, it starts with the face. That if I don't draw the face, I don't understand the rest of the body. So with men, it ain't like that. With a male, I could literally draw no face at all. I don't know why it's always been like that, but I've always been kind of like laxed when it comes to like drawing male faces. The other thing I was talking about earlier when I was drawing the hands is like how, like, see how this hand is gripping this weapon or this the hilt of the weapon or whatever, and it looks kind of laxed. There's different ways you can draw hands to make them feel like it needs to feel clenched like that, you know, or you can make them kind of relaxed. You know, like if you flip your weapon around a lot and stuff like that, you have to get your hands have to be in a relaxed position to where it's like I'm flipping my weapon around, flippity flip, 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 you know, like, or if I'm gripping it tight. This stuff only matters when you're drawing other people characters or characters that have like the Ninja Turtles, for example. See, I don't know if I never really checked to see if I read, but you see how he's gripping his scythe and they're super tight. They feel like you're actually gripping the scythes or the nunchucks or any of the weapons. It feels like feels like they're actually gripping them. That's what I meant by like you have to learn how to do that and have to learn how to do like a loose grip. You know, and it's just subtle shit. But you only learn that when you learn how to break your hands down. Like if you don't know how to break down the proportion of your hands, you'll never get it. Like the proportion of this hand right here is off. It would work because no one would really care, but it is off. It shouldn't be, the palm is too big. It should be about right there, actually, for me. Like, and if I was drawing it, it would be like that. Doesn't matter how big the hand is, it's cartoony anyways, but the palm shouldn't be that big unless I'm drawing a monster or something like that. If I'm drawing a monster, doesn't fucking matter. It's a monster. That's the cool thing about drawing monsters, and why I like drawing monsters is because you can draw whatever you want. There is no rules. That's why I like monsters and robots, because there are no rules. And when you're always drawing within rules, shit gets boring. Within rules is like understanding this. This is the rules. But when you get outside of that, that's when you can draw the weird shit like this, you know, because you don't have any rules. But there's still a hand. How do you draw a hand that doesn't look like a hand, but it's a hand? You know, that's when you start drawing monsters with like 4 or 5 arms, or arms coming out of arms, shit like that. Like, what is it? This one? No, this is the one when I was doing like all the fan art shit, I think. Yeah, it was like the fan art shit. Number 3? I don't remember. I think it's this one. Yeah, when you're drawing, when I was just drawing weird shit like this, where you got like when you're trying to create something unique, that's scary, and it doesn't necessarily have to make sense. You just draw the form and then you build in the inside of the form. So I drew the entire outside of the form and I built in the inside of it. I never finished that, but it's like whatever. Most of these are unfinished, like these characters. You know, this is one of my original characters that I wanted to do more with, that I didn't. Shit like this. When you're drawing monsters and robots and stuff, you can pretty much let loose to do whatever you want. I love doing like little stuff like this. This is just a big ass like monster, whatever. This is Zelda Queen. 107 months. How have you been? How's the summer treating you? I know it has been kicking my anus. The summer has been whooping my anus, man. Yeah, I miss you guys too, man. I haven't really been social much. I've been working on my private. I'm not depressed or anything like that. I just literally been working on. So if you're not a part of the Patreon and you like cool shit, you might want to join the Patreon, because the project that I'm working on now, it's similar to the waifu book, but it's not. But it's literally just for patrons. Like, I'm just making this for people that are on my Patreon. It was asked for by people that have supported me, and I did the last book for the stream, but I wanted to do something different for my Patreon, so that my Patreon and the first thing I was thinking was like, it can't be women, it can't be waifus, like I was. Something art related, but it's going to spin off into 3D modeling. But I feel like I need to make my Patreon a little bit more active. So this project, even though I might do some of them on stream or whatever, it is literally for my Patreon. !Patreon in the chat if you want to join. I changed my tier prices. I think there's only 3 tiers now, or 2 tiers. But I changed it so that people that want to be a part of it, it'll just be like subscribing to, like a cheaper version of Twitch. Because I think I have like a $3 tier for people that, can't afford it or whatever. But the top tier will have all the more exclusive shit, like more in-depth stuff. You know what I mean? You will always have people that just want to admire the artwork, right? And most of the stuff that I do offline, because I draw a lot of shit offline now, and I'm just gonna post it on my Patreon. I'm not gonna talk about it anywhere. I might mention that I've drawn some new stuff on my Patreon, but it's gonna be exclusive to Patreon only. And then I'll have like the breakdown, the PDFs or whatever that I want to develop a video format, because I don't really think that Patreon really lends itself well to video tutorials, because I did the time lapse shit. I do the time lapse stuff here, but I feel like the time lapse isn't it. You can't upload it to you can't upload it to Patreon. It keeps asking you to give it a link, like a link to a YouTube channel. And I'm like, what the hell is the point? The point is it's supposed to be exclusive, unless I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, which could be the thing. I probably don't know what I'm doing. But, I can't upload my videos, because I wanted to do I wanted to do more things like tattoo stuff. I was going to do the tattoo thing where I draw my tattoos, tattoo them, and you get the exclusive tattoo video, because some of these things they're cool, but like Twitch won't let you stream tattoo in certain parts of the body. Not that they're going to be like fully nude and stuff like that, but they don't care about the fact that You know, they don't. They're a lot more strict on tattooing for whatever reason. You know, their rules are weird. Like you can't expose the back and shit like that. Like it's weird. But what they told us is they're gonna play it by ear and see where it goes. And I'm not the one to push the envelope. But, you know, if you guys want to be a part of that, there is a link to my Patreon. I'll probably reveal a little bit more about it without giving away too much later, like to people that aren't a part of it. But that's where most of my focus is right now, is that. I'm going to start posting all the stuff that I, you know, like right now I'm just kind of thinking about how to put the project together so that so that my brain can hyper focus on it. But I know I want to lead it. I want it to spiral into me doing like 3D modeling. The Zelda Queen. I talked to my homeboy, and I think I'm moving back into his shop. Well, I mean, I know I am. I just don't know when. But I'm going full on tattooing again. That's another thing I was going to talk about. Like, I have put a lot of my tattoo stuff on the back burner for improving in art and stuff like that. And I think I'm going to go back to doing tattooing being my primary income, because my homeboy has a shop, and he has his own shop, and I this is the guy that I grew up learning tattooing with, and he's an artist too, and I think it would be great content for streaming. I'm supposed to go down and look at his shop to get a feel for it, but I wouldn't give a shit. It could be a cardboard box. Like I don't care what the shop is like. I'm more so care if there's room, and if we're gonna be just hanging out and doing art. So more than likely, I'll be doing some tattoo streams from the shop that I'm gonna be at. Which is why this whole thing came up, because Twitch doesn't mind you doing tattooing, but again, they're very finicky about what they want you to show, especially because of the whole body painting thing and all that stuff. Plus, it's considered mutilation. They consider it well, I mean, it is, but it's like people go a little bit overboard, and you could have bad things happen while you're tattooing. People pass out, stuff like that, And when they first let people do it, you had people doing like unsafe practices, and the problem with that is people will see that and think it's okay. You got people tattooing in their room, and all this crazy shit. But when you do that kind of stuff, it's not good to promote it, because some people are unsafe about it and unclean. You know what I mean? Even though everything nowadays is like throwaway, people still don't. You'd be surprised. Again, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm literally just practicing hands. I'll probably spin off and draw something just because I want to draw something, but I do these periodically. I don't remember the last time I did a hand study, but I do it periodically to see how much I've learned And if my style has changed a lot, I try to I try to adjust my test sheets to my style. Let's see, when was the last time I did a hand test
Oh,
sheet?
you guys made me eat.
Edos, thank you for the 10 months and welcome back. How goes it? What games are you playing? What games are you gonna play? Oh, also in October, the boxing comes out. I don't know if you guys care about boxing, but I haven't played a boxing game in a while. So me and my homeboy that I work with, who actually is really funny, are going to start playing boxing. You know, but what we're gonna do is like me and some friends from work are going to box each other. And like I told them, like, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna stream it, and people from my stream are probably gonna get it. You know, I've been playing. See, my friend plays NCAA, and I can't fucking stand NCAA football. But First Descent, I was trying to find someone to play it with, and I couldn't find anyone to play it with. And I knew that I played with somebody last time, and it was like you were the person that I was playing it with before. I couldn't figure out who the hell I played with who I played with when I did the beta, because I wanted to play with other people. It's not fun playing alone. But you should add me if you didn't already. I'm pretty sure you did, but add me to your PlayStation Plus or your PlayStation or whatever it is you do it on, so that we could play together. Did I beat the story yet? No, I haven't played it. I played it for 3 hours and I just stopped playing because it wasn't fun. I think this is it. Ah, this is old. This is like this is the shit I did for the book. These are the female hands. That's not what I was looking for. Yeah, I played it the first day for like 3 hours. I got maybe past the first mission or whatever. I got Bunny. And I think I stopped after I got Bunny. And I haven't played it since. Because I haven't been playing with anybody. And it's just games like that, it's like Monster Hunter. I would still play Monster Hunter, but it would not be as fun without people to play with. You know what I mean? Like I am not that loner person. Yeah, this is the last one I did. This is the last hand thing that I did. And you can see the difference in the way my hand, the detail in my hands and stuff, in the way that I care about them now. The way I care about the way I draw them now. From back then. Back then it was more like That hand would say more about the character's pose than anything. Yeah, me too. I haven't been slacking on the sketching. Like I was telling everybody before, I'm doing a project for Patreon. That's why I haven't really been streaming that much, is because I'm doing something for test sheets, but like it's going to lead into something bigger. It's always learning. That's the whole point. It's always something that will help people, especially if you like the way that I draw. I'm basically giving you the secrets. But I feel like the people that support me should get the secrets first. Not to mention the fact that I'm going to start doing exclusive prints and print requests. This is more so not for this. This is more so something that I want to do for Kitty. I am finally ready to do, like, I feel like I can do prints that are quality. I think I have somebody that will color my stuff, and if they won't color it, I feel like I'm good enough to color my own stuff. But I would rather go with the other option where somebody else would do it that's more trained at it, but I am fully prepared to do it myself. But I'm kind of over the whole I don't want to do fan art. I don't want to do fan art for public display, but I definitely want to do art for people that like Kitty, that enjoy my fan art and enjoy me doing stuff like that. Plus I also want to do more requests. I do the sketch requests still in my chat. If you want to make a request, join the Discord, !Discord in the chat. There is a room called sketch requests, that if you put your request in, I will do your request. It doesn't matter what it is. People have asked for some pretty ridiculous things. The only thing is that you can't. It's not a commission, so you can ask me to draw something, and that's pretty much it. What I decide to draw is on me. When I decide to do it is on me. Blah blah blah, etc. But you can request it, and I guarantee you I will do it. That is the thing, is I will do everything that is requested. Patreon users get dibs though. I know one of the people that just subscribed to my Patreon and have been a supporter just asked me to draw or do a piece of art for their art wall. And I love art walls because my art wall is flourishing. And I definitely love it when people do like stuff like that. Like, hold on, I don't know if my camera's on right now. But my art wall is starting to look very, well, actually it's pretty fucking full. So there's that. Yeah, the camera's off. Perfect. Is it off? Or did I turn it off? No, it's off. Is it? Hold on, chat. I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on with my camera. Did I turn it off here too? Yeah, I think it's off. Hold on. It's on, but I don't think it's reading. Yeah, it's not reading. There, yeah. Hi, camera. That's what we missed. I didn't check it before I started, so it didn't really matter. But my art wall is starting to fill up with my art. You can't really see the pieces, but I did the Deadpool Wolverine sketch back there. in the back. By the way, I don't know if you guys can see that, but this piece right here is the Deadpool Wolverine piece that I did a while ago. Anyways, it's hard to see, but anyway, you get the point. The Deadpool Wolverine. I also did a Hulk print, which was, I was just trying to see if I could see what the colors would look like and stuff like that. It actually came out way better than I thought it would look, but that's like back there or whatever. But like my room was filling up. My wall is filling up. It goes all the way over there. But it's just for background. The whole point is I wanted, I like my camera and the way the place is positioned at, and so it can, you can see my setup, but I also wanted things on the wall so you can, you know, I'm a fucking artist. You see that my wall is full of inspirational art. Of course, that's not my art. That's Joe Madureira. But I also want to put, I also like to compare I also like to compare the quality of my art to the quality of my idols. So I have my idols mixed in with my art to see if my art stands out like a sore thumb. If it doesn't, I'm good. And all the pieces of my art that are on the wall that still like stick out like a sore thumb, those are the pieces of art or the type of art that I'm doing that I want to improve on so that I can eventually just, it all looks the same. It all just looks like professional people did it. You won't be able to tell the difference between my art and their art, which means I've elevated to that point, you know, or whatnot. But I always think it's cool when people ask me for like fan art, stuff like that, and I put the maximum effort into every time I do it. I try my hardest to make everything that I do look pretty, because I don't want someone having a piece of my art that I hate it when people like rush a piece of art. And I used to do that where I would just rush it because I'm like, I don't want to fucking bother with this. If I don't want to bother with it, I'm not going to draw it until I care about bothering with it. And that's just it. Like, that's the reason why I'm like, I don't put a time limit on when I'm going to do it, because when I do it, I'm going to do it the fullest. It's going to look like as if you paid for it, you know? And then it belongs to you. I send you like the digital whatever. There's no one else gets it. I always ask the people that I draw the piece for, do you want to share it? If you want to share it, then I make it okay for the public. But if you don't want to share it, I give it to you. Like the Ninja Turtle piece, I believe the person I drew it for was like they wanted it for themselves. So I don't put it where people can download it or whatever. I don't remember. But if they say they just want it for themselves, I usually just give it to them. And they do what they want to do with it. Because it's fan art. For me, it's practice, you know. And for them, they got a nice piece of art. Now, when it comes to Kitty, it's a different level. I usually just look at what Kitty has as statues, this is going to lead into that, where I look at what he has as statues, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to make a piece of artwork for that. Like the Deadpool Wolverine piece I drew for Kitty, but I want someone else to color it, because I don't want to color it. I don't feel like my coloring would be good enough, or I feel like I would get bored and kind of like rush it, and I don't think that would be, you know what I mean? But I'm probably gonna end up having to color it myself. But I don't want to send Kitty sketches. I want him to have fully rendered and printed, because I have a dope ass printer now, fully rendered, nicely printed, you know, sealed in an envelope that won't be bent up when he gets it, you know. But here's the thing. All of this stuff I'm doing is teaching me presentation for when I do like another book or something like that. It won't just be a book. It'll have like a sleeve. It'll come with prints. It'll be merch that goes along with it. It's all about presentation. Because I don't really care about, I like the money, right? But it's more so about looking at your body of work and being like, I made this. When someone says, have you made a book, or have you done anything that's like professional, and you show them something and it's like way beyond what they expect. You got to experience that in your life at least once. You have got to be able to pull something out that you did that is just far beyond what you thought you would ever do, and watch people like lose their minds over it. I like it when people have been here for a while see something I did that is way beyond something that we thought. Because a lot of people that have been here for a while, especially Kitty, they know exactly what I used to draw like. They know when I used to draw nothing but traditional, stuff like that, and I didn't like it. I thought it was okay, but you know how it is. You don't really like. Back then I was just kind of like, people are watching me. That's all I care about. Now it's not about that. Now I more so care about what I'm putting out there, which I never really did before. It was just kind of like, hey, I draw stuff. You wanna see it? Now I think I actually have people that give a shit about learning. What I do, because they actually like my style or whatever, or I actually have a style. Because when I started, I didn't realize that I had a style. I didn't think I had a style until people started telling me I had one, and I'm like, I didn't see it. And then now we have things like, we have our own memes like Fat Batman, which I would love to do another Fat Batman, just to see how well it would look now, just for the memes. I never did finish my Fat Justice League. So when I draw my hands, to understand that I always do this line right here is the knuckles. And then of course I can visualize the bend in the hand or whatever. The hand that's closest to you is the one that you can always see, which is always the hardest to pull off, because now you have to make sure that the end of your hand looks okay. If you draw this line while you're doing your hand, sometimes it'll throw you off. It'll make your hand look boxy. If the hand is supposed to be rounded, like this is a hand on a chunky wrist, so the hand should look chunky as well. But if you put that line, it'll give it kind of a boxy look. So yeah, I kind of, again, like when I'm learning, I'm kind of trying to learn to not have to. You're learning to not have to put your practice lines or your study lines or whatever. The entire goal is to visualize that in your brain. That's what you're going for. Again, make sure you always add nails. When you're drawing your hands, like another thing you want to make sure you understand is that when you're drawing your hands, you're roughing them in first, and then you're going in and putting detail. You do this just like you do anything else that you would draw, and you're roughing it in so that you can get the general idea of what you want it to look like, and then you can make it pretty. Don't make it pretty while you're drawing it, because you're going to get distracted by all this other BS. That the problem is, if you're trying to make it pretty, you won't focus on the proportion and the composition. All you're worrying about is whether or not it looks like a finger or a hand beforehand. And a lot of times when you're drawing hands, it doesn't look like a hand until you start adding like little bells and whistles, like the gap, like the gap in the end of the finger, or the beginning of the finger, where the knuckle stops and the finger begins. There's a tiny little gap that goes here, that kind of goes in the direction of whichever way the opposite direction of the hand is, the opposite direction of which the hand is facing. which will give you, like, the length of your finger, stuff like that. The last thing that I usually do when I draw hands is I draw the thick border around it to make it kind of all flow together. You have to practice drawing thin hands, thick hands, muscular hands. These things are important. Why are they important? Because you may be drawing thin characters, thick characters, muscular characters, and you can't draw the same hands for every character. You got to have different hands to match each character. The only thing with my thin hands or my thick hands is my thick hands are round. I don't use a box method. I use more of a round, like the palm of the hand is round. The fingers are just kind of chunky-ish. It matches the arm, so the arm is kind of roundish, right? And there's always like folds and stuff. Even when I do the knuckles will kind of. It shouldn't be here. This knuckle should be here, but it kind of rounds so that it follows the feel of the hand. You know what I mean? Like it matches the hand. If I wanted to put, like, I don't know, bandages, because I love putting bandages now. Very easy to put bandages. If that's a thing. Bandages are a cheat way to not have to draw the shit on the wrist. But when you're drawing a fat hand, you don't have to draw the wrist stuff. Because it's a fat hand, it's just very, very undetailed. But you have to have a lot of emotion or movement in a fat hand. You can't draw stiff, flat lines. They have to be more rounded or whatnot. But again, like when I'm drawing a fat hand, the hand is the palm is round. Same thing with the wrist. The wrist is kind of like this at the top, but it's rounded, kind of like an egg. Everything else is the same. The fingers, the way I draw the fingers and everything are the same, but the wrist and the hand, the palm is round. And then, of course, you have your knuckles, and then you have your fingers. Sorry, chat. It's my brother. Work drama. Not my work, my old job. It's funny that I don't work at my old place of employment, but I still get updates on my place of employment. But once you see, if you notice, once you get good at drawing hands, you get comfortable at drawing hands, you draw them a lot freer. A lot of people that might be wondering how I get to that point or whatever, but it's a lot of the measurements and mechanics I use for drawing hands. It comes from all the studying I did beforehand, like all this stuff. My brain is mentally putting this stuff on the page so that I don't have to draw it every time. You know, some people, when they draw faces, they have to map their faces out. So like people that use, like when they do stuff like this, right? They draw a face like this, they would have to map out every measurement, right? And it takes forever because they're mapping out, they're doing their measuring. Whereas once you get comfortable with drawing in your style and everything like that, you don't have to map it out. You just your brain is doing all the mapping. Like I still do the cross hatch lines. I still do that. And a lot of the reason why I do that when I draw faces is because I don't really I need a starting point for the eyes. It's literally the only reason why I do it, because I need a starting point for the eyes, or my whole entire proportion of my face is thrown off. I haven't evolved to the point where I don't need the starting point for the eyes. Because I see people that when they draw human faces, they'll come in and they'll just draw the shape of the outline of the face and do this, and and I'm like, what the and they just draw a whole face. And I'm like, how? I still have problems with that. I have to have my egg shape and all that shit. I still have to do that. But that's why you practice. Again, I have to get out of that habit of trying to draw full body stuff too. That's something that I always struggle with. Is when it's not a struggle. It's more of a thing that I need to more of a habit that I need to break. Is when I draw characters, I don't necessarily have to draw their full body. I can just draw the bust. I can just draw specific parts, and it'll be an okay image. But for whatever reason in my brain, I feel like I have to draw the full body and then zoom and crop out the stuff that I don't want. And I'm like, it's helpful when you're learning how to draw, but it's not productive. It's like drawing an entire arm to zoom in on the finger. What if this is all I wanted in the shot was this, but I drew all of this just so I could do that? There's a method to the madness, but it's unnecessary. You gotta learn how to trust your judgment. Like I don't need to draw all the rest of that stuff to get this in the shot. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of how, kind of what I'll be when I'm thinking about when I'm drawing, like whatever I'm drawing. Like right now, I'm practicing hands or whatever. In my mind, I'm thinking like I can see all these things. Other people can't see what I'm thinking when I'm breaking things down into basic shapes, but I can see all of these. But I'm like, when I draw a person and the person is throwing a punch and all I want you to see is like the person's face and the fist. I don't need to draw his torso, his legs, and everything, but I will. I'll draw the entire pose and then zoom in. I did that with the Deadpool Wolverine thing too. Like I drew it's cropped off at his calf, but I drew in the whole foot in detail, and then I don't use it. It's not, again, it's not a problem. It's just counterproductive, and you want to be productive. Like you want your process, your creative process, to be productive. It cannot like it may not affect what you're doing, you know, like as far as like quality, but your workflow should constantly get faster. Like if you, as you can see, like when I'm drawing this hand, right? It's going to be an arm, right? I'm going to do the whole arm, but when I'm drawing this hand, the general idea is to get enough information down to where when I go back to work on it, I have, all right, I know how I want the fingers, I know what the fingers are going to be doing. I know what the hand is going to be doing. And then I can just leave all that information on the table and go up and draw the rest of the arm. So that now I don't have to, I know what my brain isn't going to get scrambled when I'm thinking like, what is the hand going to look like when I'm drawing this monster or whatever? Because I scribbled it in really quick. I could have just drew a circle and drew the entire hand, and then I would be wondering what everything was going to look like and how it was going to be placed, and and that would keep drawing me back to that area. I know this because I used to do it all the time. It's the same thing with drawing like a forearm or whatever. You can draw the general muscle structure, but don't sit there and do the entire, like, all the details and the muscles and all that. Draw the general muscle structure, move on. Because if you don't, you'll sit there and you'll keep adding detail to something that doesn't need detail until later. And then you get there later and you put all this information in this wrist, and then you put a giant cuff on his wrist. Then you're like, I'm gonna make him look like he's wearing a giant fucking shackle or whatever. Now all that work you put is gone because you just put a shackle on the dude's wrist. And you put all that work into making all of this, all the muscles and everything in his arm readable, only to cover it up with a shackle. You basically work. You're being counterproductive with your work. Does it hurt? No, it doesn't really hurt. It's just it slows down the process. You know what I mean? And in my brain, I'm like, the faster I draw this, the faster I can get done and draw something else. Because 9 times out of 10, I'm drawing something that I don't care to draw. If it's something I care to draw, I think a little bit different about it, because I'll get halfway through the drawing, don't like it, and stop and draw something else. And come back to it later, or I'll draw something completely different because I don't like the direction that particular piece is going in, so I'll just draw something else. The other thing is understanding. So like right now what I'm doing is I'm understanding the positioning of my fingers. It's not enough to be able to draw the fingers. Fingers need to have they need to be 3-dimensional in my brain. So again, I'm kind of drawing like a boxy version of the fingers, but 3-dimensional. So it has depth. Even though it might not, none of this stuff may even be looked at by viewers or stuff like that. I have to mentally understand why I made those choices for my training and my development. I need it. because there will be times where it will have to translate, and if you don't practice it into those times, that's when you get stumped and you get held up. Now you're doing your referencing and all that when you should have already done that in your practice. So now I got the general idea of what I want the hand to look like. Now I can start putting in, making the hand look like what I actually want the hand to look like. More detail. Again, this is a lot of embellishment for a hand, because if I'm drawing a full body, the hand is not going to get this kind of love until I get to the detail part of it, meaning the part where I'm actually drawing details and I'm making everything look crisp and sharp. That's way later, because if it doesn't get past the conceptual stage, then it doesn't even matter. Which a lot of my art does not get past the concept stage because it's just practice. So, you know. You get what I mean? So now the hand is starting to develop a personality. You know what I mean? You know that the wrist is muscular, but it's fat. The fingers should match that. There's depth to the fingers. Which in turn gives depth to the hand, which is what you want. Now, granted, this could be a full body, and this would be the most unimportant part of the entire drawing. But so can an ear. But if the ear has an earring and it's specific to the character, even though it may be unimportant to the drawing, you put that extra detail for those people that like to track little details and stuff like that. I forgot I ordered Amazon today. My shit's probably sitting outside being hot as. Hold on a second, chat. I ordered Amazon. And I never checked to see where the order was at. Amazon was affected by the outage. Hilarious. So for those of you guys that don't understand, like the corporate, like Windows did an update and it like fucked up a lot of the corporate shit, right? Like that software that's embedded in Windows 11, which is why auto updates are fucking shitty. But when you're running a company, they have compliance laws, you know, where you have to have specific things done to be in compliance with using a person's software. It fucking sucks when the software the software fucks up and it shuts down. And the funny thing is, like, the average home user isn't affected. It's companies that are affected. It's hilarious. I don't think our company was affected because we didn't update like that. Like that, like not our building. Because we get update shit all the time, but I just cancel it because I'm like, I'm not updating while I'm working. Like, I'm not going to stop my workflow to update. They can update that shit on my days off or whatever, you know. But none of our stuff went down. But I'm pretty sure in the corporate level, a lot of stuff kind of crashed out. But that kind of just brings you to that point of realizing just how like technology is beautiful, but it definitely is crippling, especially if you rely on it and that shit is just gone. I wonder how many people would not be able to like function properly without their phone. Gen X would be okay. We survived without phones for a while. Phones are definitely more of a necessity. I think we utilize phones better than any of the generations after us because we didn't like. There was a point where we only had house phones, and the bills were like house phone bills were fucking expensive. I don't think people really understand that. Like having a house phone, the phone bill, like long distance. Right now, you can call anybody in the world, and it doesn't fucking matter, which is a luxury that a lot of people take for granted, which is hilarious. You can pick up your phone and call anybody on the planet, and the bill will be the same because no one really uses phones like that. But when we were younger, you shit. You call somebody in California and your bill was being raped. Like you don't even notice, like the bill doesn't change now when you call people. Before it was a big deal. And then texting came out and then they charge you per text message. Now it's like, it's laughable. So, we appreciate that stuff more. I definitely appreciate it more because I'm just like, they had phone companies that people would wait until after 7 to use their phone because if you used it before 7, your bill would skyrocket, but after 7 calls were free. So after 7 p.m. you could blow people's phones up, which was great for adults but shitty for kids because kids don't really, you know what I mean? Yeah, you call people after 7, but your shit's popping in the daytime. But yeah, if that shit just crashed out, like, right, I think we would be fine. I don't think people would. I think maybe in another generation they would probably be screwed. The next generation is going to be screwed because they don't know a life without internet. There's still people alive that know a life without internet, a life without cell phones and stuff like that. When all the people are gone that don't know that remember a life without it, it's gonna be interesting. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Is like when I was younger, the thing was three-way calling and stuff like that was like the huge technology. For those of you guys that don't understand what three-way calling is, because you don't call anybody, it's when you can call somebody and then call another person and then bring them into the call. I don't understand why they never did more than three-way. It was always just three-way or call waiting, which is now a thing. You don't really need call waiting because you have like caller ID and stuff like that. But call waiting, you would get a beep and then to make somebody wait while you answer the phone for the other call or whatever, which was great because before it was just if you were on the phone is busy. So it's different when you're on the phone jellyfishing with a girl and you're on your grandma's phone or your mom's phone and they calling and it's an emergency and you up there kit-katting because you're not thinking about the fact that somebody got into a car accident or whatever and you can't reach anybody at the house. Or when AOL first came out and internet first became a thing and it was it 333, was it 333K or whatever? It was very slow, but you had to use your phone, your house phone, the house phone that everybody used. And you're on it trying to get somebody to send you like a picture, and it took 45 minutes to download a picture. It was a different time. You know what I mean? It was a different time. But this technology was fascinating. And your updates came on discs. CDs. So you got the AOL Instant Messenger CDs in the mail with the newest version of AOL on it. It didn't do auto updates online and stuff like that. That wasn't a thing. When cable modem first came into play and you had megabyte speeds, like they had 1 meg, like the 1 megabyte download, and that shit was when you could download a picture in 30 seconds versus 30 minutes. Yo, get out of here. And your instant messages were instantly messaged. Before it wasn't instant. You hit it and it was probably like maybe like 2 minutes later. You used to love hearing that you got mail. Oh shit, I got mail. You know, like, yeah, that was the shit. Y'all don't understand. I remember when Illustrator first came out. There was no Photoshop. It was Illustrator. And Illustrator was like the big thing. This is before they had drawing tablets and all that. And like my homeboy had it, and he was using when the first stylus pen came out, and he was doing, before that, he was doing everything with mouse, just mouse and keyboard. Like you draw your lines with a mouse or whatever. There was MS Paint and then there was Illustrator. And it would take him 3 or 4 days to line a piece of artwork. And I would be like, why the fuck would you want to do that? I could draw that in like less time. I would never. I would draw it and ink it. This is how I was thinking about it, but it was like, no, this is the new age where people want digital, and you got it. This is digital, and it's like it's supposed to be more. It's supposed to be more efficient. That shit was slow as hell, but it was because it was new, you know. But of course, in my brain, I'm like, fuck that. I hate it. I still hate Illustrator to this day, because when I first started learning Illustrator, it was like a nightmare. It was a fucking nightmare. I think that's why. But now, like, you know what I'm saying, like Photoshop became the definitive art tool, and Photoshop was literally made for photos. But because of the editing features that they had, that they didn't have in Illustrator, because Illustrator was a drawing program, or a, you know, like a graphic design program, people wanted to do the effects that Photoshop would use. Now, a lot of people that get into art don't even understand what Illustrator is supposed to be for. Like, it's the same thing as like Clip Studio. Clip Studio doesn't do vector. I don't know if Clip Studio does vector, but Clip Studio is what Illustrator was trying to be. Which is why a lot of people relate to Clip Studio more than Photoshop when it comes to drawing, because Photoshop has a lot of tools that are very handy, especially when you're doing like clothing design or something like that, or anything to do with like lettering and stuff like that. Photoshop is a wizard for that. But as far as art, the tools are way more complex than the thing that I like. The thing that I like about Clip Studio is the tools are simple enough for you to pick up on, and then they still have a complex level that you can master as well. Which is because before I was Photoshop all the way, but now I'm like, I love Photoshop for specific things, but as far as drawing, Clip Studio's brushes, their default brushes are what sold me. I love a program with great default brushes, because I'm always thinking, like, what if I'm in a place where they just have Clip Studio, but I don't have my brushes? I have one brush that I use for Photoshop, and I make sure I can access the file for that brush anywhere in case I have to add it to another computer. But with Clip Studio, now, I'll restate this because my son doesn't have it. But my Clip Studio disc that I have, because I still have a Clip Studio disc, I don't download it from the internet. I don't understand how that worked, but it has preloaded brushes on it. One of those brushes is a dense watercolor brush, and the other one is the colored pencil brush, which is what I'm using right now. It draws just like my Graph Gear 1000. And that's how I get the pencil effect, or the effect that I get when I draw, because like all you got to do is adjust the density, and it makes the pressure sensitivity change, which unfortunately a lot of people don't really know about, but it is a very big deal when you are first learning digital and you don't understand, because a lot of people will go right to the pen tool, and the pen tool is just pen. You draw it and it's just like a pen, where whatever you draw is just there. Which when you're learning how to draw and you're used to sketching with a pencil and then coloring it in with a pen, you don't want that much pressure. You want to be able to push down and add the amount of pressure. If I don't push down, that's what my line looks like. If I push down, that's what my line looks like. I need that difference, so I can sketch light and then go over it and make it darker. If you're just drawing and all of your lines are the same density, you're gonna freak out, because you're like, it's just a clusterfuck. It's just a mess of lines all over the place. It just looks like scribbles, and your eyes are attracted to the more bolder lines. So I can scribble, and you'll never see all the tiny scribbles underneath. You don't ever see all of that mess unless I'm zoomed in. But if I back off, you only see what I want you to see, which is why I don't have to ink my pieces anymore. I don't like inking, but I don't have to ink, because because of the thickness and the lines or whatnot, I can literally just grab something and color right underneath the lines, and it blends with the line. And that means I don't have to add dark ass black lines over everything. This is just me coloring right underneath my sketch. And if you turn that layer to a multiply layer, like, it gives it a unique effect. If this is the kind of effect you're going for in your art, this is the kind of effect I want in my art. It is not a overly hyper realistic look, and it still has style, and you can still see the lines, but the lines aren't overtaking the image. You can still see the subtlety and stuff like that, which is why I like I can draw right underneath this, and all these lines would still be there, and they'll be present. They just won't be, and I won't have thick black lines of everything. I didn't like that. I didn't like having all of my line work be thick black lines. I wanted my lines to blend with the color. So if I colored something, like, the lines would, you get what I'm saying. If I do like a multiply layer, right? So if I go on another layer and I change this layer to a multiply layer, right? Change it to a multiply layer, and then I use this brush. It dense watercolor, right? You see how you can still see the lines underneath. It's not as vibrant, but it's there. And that's because it's showing. But, like, imagine if I drew underneath it. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Oh, that wasn't. Hold on, I did that wrong. Hold on, let's try that again. I gotta change this to multiply, and then try that again. If you don't do it a multiply layer, it just eats it up. But it's the same thing. I wonder why it goes over it like that. Yeah, I guess it has to be on top. It's weird. Yeah, like if I do it over the top, it definitely But the other thing is like, so I have dense watercolor, right? I have a dense watercolor brush. I could turn down the dense paint, right? Which means it won't be that much paint. So when I color, you can still see what's underneath. The ink will change color with whatever I'm using. So it doesn't stay burgundy. It becomes like a kind of like a pinkish red, or like, I mean, it moves with the color you're using is what I'm trying to say. That way I can color over the top of my lines or under my lines and it pops out. Which is great because if I'm drawing, like say I'm drawing this, right? And then I want to color it and I want to add shading to it. I could literally just kind of like outline it, flat it, make another layer, right? And then now that it's flatted, I can make another layer, add shading, stuff like that. Like it speeds up my flow, you know, so it changes my pipeline or whatnot. I want to get back into the habit where I did with the female faces, where when I draw something, I add a small layer of color to it, like a small layer of shading is what I mean, like this, to give the image depth, so that when you're looking at the drawings, you get what I'm saying. You get where I'm going for. It's not just a sketch. You can see the depth in the sketch, and it adds more expression to the image rather than it just being. See, I did this on the same level. I mean, on the same layer, which is something that I usually never do. Like I don't ever shade on the same layer because I might want to remove the shading and use it. That's pretty fucking rare. But I want to get back into doing that. Just something subtle, you know, to get, and it also gives you more practice in shading without doing like all the fancy colors and stuff like that. I would definitely recommend that if you're going to learn shading, to do not learn shading in color. Do black and gray first, or whatever colors you prefer to use. If you're using burgundy, use your burgundy shading or whatever. Don't ever shade in color. It is you, you're hindering yourself. You have to learn how to shade in black and gray first. Like, man, I wish somebody was there to tell me that shit when I first started. It would have saved me a lot of time. Like, I don't know how much time I wasted like trying to learn how to color. What ticked me off is like I would watch people color, right? But it wasn't until I had friends that I like real art friends that I was like, they would be like, hey, you know, you can speed up that process, you know, if you just flatten. I'm like, what is flatting? And like, then they would show me, and I'm like, what the, like, that's why it's always good to have like art friends, because you have art friends that will really just kind of like, hey, look, don't do that. Do this. And you're, you know, of course you're going to be like, yeah, whatever. You don't fucking know anything. But there'll be those friends that'll be like, look, man, you're being counterproductive right now. You can do this and it'll make your shit way faster. Because flatting, before I would do the flats, but I would do them manually instead of just kind of like paint bucket everything and then go back and then multiply layer. I, being stubborn young man, would definitely be like, I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna. I like doing this. It wasn't that I liked doing it. It just was different from what I was used to, and because it was different from what I was used to, I didn't. And someone else was telling me to do it. I didn't want to listen. That was something that I definitely suffered from. That was a trauma from a young age, where people would tell me to do shit, and because I got so much bad advice, I think everybody is giving me bad advice. Well, I don't think that now, but I have my circle of friends that I know that I could trust. But when I was younger, man, the people you thought you could trust were giving you the most shitty fucking like advice you could. Man, like, oh my god, my teachers in high school, the worst, the absolute worst when it came to like advice on being an artist. My high school, one of my high school teachers actually told me I wasn't going to be able to make it because I didn't know how to take orders. And to this day, I'm always kind of like, fuck you, Mr. Swinson, because, look at me now. But then he actually was part of the reason why I actually started drawing for myself, because I was just kind of like, well, I'm not going to make it famous because I don't want to do stuff for people. I want to do stuff that makes me feel good. It makes me happy. I don't want to draw stuff for other people and that makes them happy. Well, why the hell do I want to make them happy when I'm not happy? That's all relevant. The thing is when you're good and you like what you're doing, people will like what you're doing, which in turn will make them happy, which will make you happy. It all works. It's relative. You don't have to do what other people tell you to do. That's literally what you don't want to do unless you're working for a company. Yes, it is. It is very wise to be able to take instruction if you work for someone. But if you don't work for somebody, you have to learn how to fucking think for yourself. You have to learn how to draw and think for yourself before you learn how to draw and like copy someone else's idea or their, you know what I mean? Like if someone says, I need this, if you don't know how to draw and think for yourself, you're never going to have your own style and everything. And then when you decide you want to do your own stuff, you're not going to be able to do it without guidance. You're going to be looking for something to tell you what to do. That's why when people do fan art for their whole life, and then all of a sudden they don't want to do fan art anymore, they get stuck because it's like, all right, I don't want to do fan art, but all I've been doing is fan art. I need a character to draw. I need something to draw in order to draw something for myself. And it's like, it's because that's all you've been doing is drawing other people's stuff. Yes, you might have a good idea of anatomy and you might be able to draw anything, but your mind doesn't know how to think of your own ideas because you didn't really draw your own ideas that much. It's like, yeah, I know how to draw hands or whatever and stuff like that, but what if I know how to draw a full body, but all I do is draw superheroes? When it's time for me to draw my own superhero, I won't be able to do it because I don't know how to think of my own superhero. I know how to use my skills to make someone else's superhero look cool, which could pan out and be great. But if I ever want to do my own thing, I couldn't because I don't know how. And it will frustrate you to no end because now everybody else is leaving you behind doing all these fantastically cool things and you can't because you don't know how. You got all the skills, but you don't have the imagination, which is like my friend went to school and got all the skills to do Photoshop. This is before Photoshop was like huge. This motherfucker paid his 4 years of college, went, his parents were pretty well off, so he wasn't in debt when he got out of college. But he got out of college, started a t-shirt company, but he was a Photoshop wizard, meaning like they taught him for 4 years how to use Photoshop. But he didn't know how to draw. And he's in college doing like basically doing what his teachers were telling him to learn how to use this program that works better with people that know how to think for themselves. Where I'm at home mad because I'm poor and can't go to college and I'm trying to teach myself so I can do cute things that make girls like me because, that's what my thing was. It's like women will think I'm cool if I can draw and whatever, and My my peers will envy me. He gets out of college, starts a t-shirt company. Company flops because he doesn't really know how to do art. He just knows how to modify it and make it look better. Whereas I can draw pretty much anything I want and do pretty much anything I want as an artist, and I know how to use Photoshop because I had to muscle my way through it. So now he's a DJ. 4 years of college, art degree, DJ. Like, and that's what I think about constantly. It was like I envied somebody, and I tortured myself, and I hated myself because I was born like less fortunate, but ended up being the fortunate one. Because you think that you have to have certain things to do certain things. That's why a lot of people tell you nowadays you don't need that. Like you don't need college to be an artist. You don't. It doesn't do anything for your creativity. If anything, it helps you with fundamentals because it forces you to do the thing that you won't do on your own. Fundamentals are boring. People don't like to do it. College is like, all right, I'm going to grade you. I'm going to charge you thousands of dollars and I'm going to give you these grades, so you better do it. And it makes you do something that you wouldn't normally force yourself to do on your own. But you could. But other than that, it's, what I'm saying, like, if you go to college for marketing or business and you're an artist, oh, you're a genius because you did something that was going to utilize that you were going to utilize a lot more for your art than anything. Artists have the hardest time being able to sell their art. Why? Because you don't know how to fucking sell your art. You just know how to make it. I'm sitting here and I'm drawing hands or whatever and whatnot, or like it's nothing. But I know more about marketing my art now. But before it's like, yeah, I made all this cool art. Now, how do I get people to buy it? How do I get people to see it? That's why they have social media experts and shit like that. Because these people know how to get the word out there. They know how to do videos and stuff on TikTok to get you to watch it. You watch TikTok videos every day, but never really pick up on the things that make you watch it so you can add it to whatever you do. Which for an artist is the most important part. Once you get the skill set, what are you going to do after that? But again, a lot of people aren't being told this, which is why they make those mistakes. How many people right now that are just getting out of high school or have just gotten out of high school that are planning to go to college for art because they think they need to go to college for art to get to work for companies and stuff like that, where degrees are unnecessary nowadays. You walk into Blizzard and you got a stellar portfolio. Doesn't matter if you finished high school. You have a gift and they need that gift. And that just comes from persistence. Shit, anything you need to learn about art, you can learn on YouTube, and that is not a lie. If there's anything that you have a problem with art, you can learn it on YouTube. Which is something I would have died to have as a kid. But of course, then I probably wouldn't be the artist that I am today because I would have been YouTube trained. Being able to figure things out on your own is a necessity. It's something that a lot of people don't necessarily get to experience nowadays because YouTube has it. Now you just have to be patient enough to take in the information. That's the struggle of a lot of people nowadays, the patience to sit there and devour the information. But now you have things like TikTok that give you like shorter versions of it, but it's not helpful because now you took the 1 year college lesson and broke it down into 900 videos for somebody to watch at their leisure, and then they will find everything in their power to do in between those videos, which will end up taking the same amount of time. You end up spending years learning it anyways. Like when there was the saying of the 10,000 hours to be a pro. That doesn't mean you are a pro when you do 10,000 hours of work. But if you've done something for 10,000 hours, you know it very well. You know it really well, but you might have been a pro 1,000 hours in. You might have been a pro 100 hours in. You might have gotten good that fast. But it's undeniable after 10,000 hours because you've been doing something repeatedly for 10,000 hours. That doesn't mean draw hands for 10,000 hours, because that's just kind of counterproductive. But there will be people out there that will think, once I draw hands for 10,000 hours, I will be good. Why draw hands when you can just draw humans? Now in 10,000 hours, you'll be a perfect human drawer. Hands will be a part of that. Spend 150 hours drawing hands in the process of doing that 1,000 hours. That way, when you get to the end, you have a lot more things that you've learned, and that the idea is 10,000 hours as an artist, maybe a painter, or whatever. 10,000 hours as a dancer, like it's 10,000 hours doing whatever. And when you're doing dances, you're not learning how to stand on your tiptoes for 10,000 hours or pirouette or whatever. You're learning to dance, all sorts of dance, so that you can be a well-rounded dancer. If you spend 10,000 hours being an architect, you're not just doing one part of architecture. Like this hand that would be more used for like a werewolf or something like that is a minuscule part, a very minuscule part of the vast knowledge that I have in drawing humans or humanoid things. There's someone out there right now that would struggle with drawing this type of hand. It's a style that a lot of people like, because it's more of a comic booky type feel or whatever, but it's cool to look at when you draw a monster. You know what I mean? If I were to draw like a skeleton. Do I have a skeleton on here? Like a skull guy. Or, I don't know. The claws would look good on this monster right here. Or this monster. See how this monster has like long fingers and claw fingernails? It goes with this monster. But that's the thing, is like, I could have just gave this monster long, cratchety looking fingernails that are all broken and twisted or whatever. You know what I mean? As Batman. But look at this guy, he could probably stand upright, but like he walks like an ape on his knuckles, and hind legs. But you get the point of that, you know what I mean? Like that's what you're trying to convey. I could have literally made his hands like sponges or fluffy, and it would have completely made the entire image look awkward, because the whole entire person, the entire monster is chiseled and all that, and he's got like spongy, cartoony hands. Because I don't know how to draw hands. Like it's the same thing as this person's fist balled up, right? Gives it more of a angrier feel because his hands convey emotion just like his face does. Clenching the chain, that he's carrying a heavy stone on his back. It's not relaxed. Relaxed would give you the indication that the stone on his back isn't heavy. Like these are the things that I think about. Now this little character right here, fluffy hands. Or not so detailed hands, because it's not really a detailed character. Look at the Joker. I don't know why I hit her. Oh, well, she has hands right there. It's holding the gun. But again, Harley Quinn and her arm, and then she has her gun. The arm and the gun, it goes right along with her laughter. It gives it a more playful look. I could have had both her hands around his neck, but having this gives that more crazy laughter feel to it. You know what I mean? Like, these are the choices that you make. The same thing with this. Some more foreshortened, two pistols wielding, You know, it would have fire coming out of, you know, like flash coming out of the front, but like the position of it is everything. Same thing with this guy and the two weapons he's wielded that I didn't draw in because it was just practice. But this hand clearly shows is holding something, and just the positioning of the hand and the way that it's gripping whatever it's gripping, like goes with the intensity of the person's face. Which is why, like, you know, okay, you want to know why you need to learn how to draw. It's just as important to know why you're drawing something a certain way than just knowing how to draw it a certain way. Knowing how to draw a hand like this doesn't matter if you don't know why. It's just a hand. I could give you this image and you would look at it and you would be like, you would copy it or whatever and practice and learn how to draw this hand. But if you just learn how to draw hands, period, this hand is just another hand. All I did was make the knuckles more prominent and give it nails. Like, you start thinking like that. Like, it's not really, I didn't really do much. I didn't have to do much. But when you're looking at it as a new artist and you're staring at it as a new artist, you're thinking those are fucking, oh my God, his hands are phenomenal. And I wish I could draw like that. And it's like, you can. You already can. You draw hands. You just aren't, your brain just isn't telling you the cool stuff to make it look the way you want. You know, you probably know how to draw fingernails, probably know how to draw knuckles, probably know how to draw fingers. You know how to draw the palm. You know how to draw all of that. You just don't know how to put together all of these things in a way to make it look like that. Because you've never practiced it. You've never done research on it. You just kind of do what everybody else does. You sit down at your paper and you try to make something cool. A lot of times the cool stuff you want to make does not come out the way you want it to, or you don't even end up making the cool stuff you want to make. Could you imagine, or do people actually think, like when they're drawing and you do stuff like this is practice. This is literally daily practice for me. But this is someone's dream right here, to be able to draw each one of these, like or at least one of these poses. Someone is dreaming of being able to draw one of these poses and get the intensity out of it and I'm just looking at it like whatever. You will just, have you ever set up and thought that will be you one day? One day you will look at something you draw and be like, and people will be gawking at it and be like, I wish I could draw that. And you're like, why? It's just like you will always reach for greater, more dynamic versions of whatever you do, and you will look at the stuff that you used to do and be kind of like, I should have done something different. Where other people will look at it and be like, this is a fucking masterpiece. You will not think of it as like it's a masterpiece. You'll think it's cool, you know, like, well, I did that thingy right there, but I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Where someone else is like, holy shit, for 10 years I've been trying to learn how to draw hands, and I didn't know what to do until I seen your piece, and I want to draw that hand. And it's like, it's just a fucking hand. That's you maturing as an artist. When you're not fazed by the things that you do, because you're like, now I get it. Now I get if I just practice. Yeah, my shit sucks now, but it won't suck later. And I'm not worried about it. You know, like I know that I need to go reference some hands and I need to reference some feet, because my feet, I have problems with them. And while I'm off work or whatever, or while I'm not doing what I normally would do, I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do, which is practice. Where the other person is, they spend majority of their time looking at what somebody else is doing, but never actually try to, you know, like put any of it in practice. I know a lot of people that just kind of gawk at other people's work. Hey, Carson. Holy moly. Welcome in, everybody. You guys caught me on a rant about hands. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you guys doing? And Carson drew it. My man, the myth, the legend. You want to see somebody that is very skillful? Watch Carson. Carson does everything that I do, but he does it with a pen, which means he definitely never messes up. I am striving to be what Carson already is. For those of you guys that have just come here and have never been here before, I'm iinnky. I actually, you know what? Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me do this right. Thank you guys for the follows. I'm iinnky. I am a tattoo artist / comic book artist, but what I do the most is I just study. Me and Carson have been around for a while. Carson, have you hit your 10-year anniversary yet? Because I think you've been around as long as I have, and I'm on my 11th year now, and I was just basically reflecting or whatnot. But guys, I sit up and I draw all day. I've made a book, which I'm very proud of. But what I'm actually working on right now is studies and training for a secret project that I'm going to be doing for Patreon. It's going to be similar to my book that I made, Friends Don't Make Friends Draw Waifus, but not the same. It's going to pivot into me doing 3D modeling. I don't really necessarily want to get into the details behind it or whatnot, but roughly, I'm at a point now in my art where I feel like I can draw what I want to draw, and it's getting... See, Carson could probably relate to this. Have you ever been drawing and you feel like you draw so... You exceeded your expectations, and now it feels less challenging, and you need something to challenge yourself. That's pretty much where I'm at right now. So I do tattooing for a living. I also have a day job where I actually melt metal and make coins, but that's neither here nor there. I am an aspiring... I have always wanted to be a comic book artist since I was little, but I never chose comic book art as a profession. It's more of a practice. I chose tattooing as a profession, and I love it, but all of the stuff that I practice online is literally comic book art. Because I love comics. I've always loved comics, but I'm more so on the creative side where I want to create cool stuff. I don't want to do fan art. So my entire existence on Twitch is nothing more than to help other people while I'm helping myself. Just today we're drawing hands and answering questions. See, like with me, what I'm going through right now, Carson, is I've hit that point where what I thought I wasn't going to be able to do, I can do with ease. So like all of this stuff is like, I was just talking about how drawing hands and stuff like that used to be just a wow moment for me, where I would just be like, holy crap, but now it's just like, whatever, I know I can do this kind of stuff. I'm pretty satisfied with my style. It's always going to progress regardless, but I've exceeded it. I need something now to make me feel like when I first started drawing, which I chose 3D modeling, because 3D modeling is obviously the next step, and basically what I do now, chat, for those people that are here, is I basically just draw and I help other people understand how I draw. I can't teach you how to draw, but I can open your eyes to understand that this journey is not about you learning how to draw like somebody else. It is a journey of finding how you draw for yourself, so that you can later on inspire someone to draw for themselves. All this stuff is just an amalgamation of all the people that I've admired and stuff like that. You can see all the influences from all the people that I've admired. I think I have a piece of Carson's art on my wall somewhere, but I have a wall full of art and artists that have inspired me over the years, from Twitch and all walks of life. And all I'm trying to do is give back. That's it. I think that it is very important that once you reach a level of art skill, you should leave breadcrumbs for other people. And this is me leaving breadcrumbs so that when I'm gone from this planet, people will see these videos, and hopefully it will inspire you to get up off your rustic butt and draw every day. And people like Carson, even though all of us in the art section, we talk very highly of our peers, I feel like a lot of people just do it and don't really mean it. But when I want to be sincere when I say that Carson is one of the people that actually inspired me to be a better artist. Because watching him draw and do the stuff he does and do it with pen always made me envious as a younger stringer, but now it pushes me to be something better than what I was, you know, like, and I'm happy to actually know people like that because when I was younger, I did not have art friends. I had no art friends, and the worst thing in the world you can do when you're learning how to draw is not have anybody there to work with or inspire you to keep going. Like that is, if you are one of those types of people, because they're out there, and I know that some people just can't. They have a hard time socializing and stuff like that. As an artist, you need a community of people. You will not understand how much that will make your art grow and make your mentality on art grow when you're around an amalgamation of people that don't do what you do, but they do the same thing that you do. You look at art different, you look at life different, you look at the way you approach things differently. Like, you need that. And you guys live in the perfect generation of where it is at your disposal at all times. All you have to do is reach for it. And that's what I was talking about, like how you don't really necessarily have to go to college. I know people do go to college and stuff like that, but as far as learning your art style and stuff like that, that is a you thing. It is inside of you, and if you understand that, it will open many doors for you. Like college, it used to be something that when I was younger I thought I used to have, and I was telling a story about how I had a friend that was rich and his family had money, and he wasn't that good at art, but he was like, I'm going to go to college and I'm going to be better than you, and I actually believed he was. He got out of college. He started a clothing company or a clothing line, and he ended up getting ran out of his business. But the long story short, he became a DJ, and has an art degree, a 4-year art degree, and he's a DJ because he didn't learn the one thing that was important, which was actual art. He learned how to use Photoshop very well, and lo and behold, years later, I know how to use Photoshop better than he does, and I have the art skill to go along with it. Why? Because I had to teach myself, which means I developed a passion for it. For all of you guys that followed, I appreciate it. Also, if you haven't joined and you would like to join the Discord. In my Discord, there is a lobby that is called Sketch Requests, because everybody loves to get sketches from the artists that draw, and I love to do them. 90% of the stuff that I do here is by request. Even these hands that I'm drawing right now. I have a room where you can make requests, and I honor every request. Every single request. It may take me a little time to get to it, but I honor every request, and I do not draw them. I do not take them lightly when I draw them. Well, that's the thing, Carson. It's like, now, you have that side of it, right? And I'm sitting at home as a kid, like hating myself, hating society because I couldn't afford to go to college, right? And not having anybody to tell me, right? Do you know how good it feels? As sad as it is, do you know how good it feels when someone that went to college was like, I learned more from hanging around people? It's the same thing with me. I learned more from hanging around people and teaching myself. But for the majority of my life, I hated myself because I couldn't afford to go to college. But now I am like, I'm kind of glad that I didn't, because now I know better. You know what I mean? Like, it does have benefits, but it would not have benefited me because all I wanted to do was increase my art skill, and I didn't realize that it comes from you. Because, of course, you know what I mean? It's, no one is there to tell you. No one was there to tell me that it's like your style is in you. You make your style. You don't find it, it finds you. You draw every day and it becomes I had nobody to tell me that. I think it's more important to have art friends now than to ever have like a college degree. Plus, there's YouTube, and that knowing that now, I always try to make it a purpose to let people know that, yeah, if you can't afford to go, it's not going to affect you in any way. Yes, you learn things in college, but it's not the things that you need to become the artist you're going to be. For the most part, the thing that I learned the most from people that went to college is that it gives you credentials. It gives you. But again, if you go to college for business or marketing and you're an artist, you're a genius. Because now you just figured out the part that most artists have a hard time doing, which is selling their art. But who as an artist is going to be like, I'm going to go and do 4 years of business so I can be a better artist? You're going to choose some art degree. But business or marketing is what artists nowadays need, or social media, But of course, we didn't know this stuff, and it's like I feel blessed to have found a place like Twitch where there is a community of artists that because I feel like when I came into Twitch and I grew with Twitch, my community and my generation of artists on Twitch were more diverse. I learned more from people like you, Lady Luthien, you remember all these people, Val Dudes, the giant cornucopia of artists that we had opened my eyes to what my art could be, and they gave me their approach or their vision of what art could be, and I'm like, holy crap, I never thought about it like that. I'm over here thinking I need to do this and I should be doing that, and then someone tells you that's not what you need to do. That's not what it's about. When I first heard someone tell you like, yo, art is not about learning what someone else does. It's learning what works for you. My brain was like, it was so simple. How did I not figure this out? Drawing, and I have been drawing for like 30 years. But for someone to tell me something that simple and made me understand that I'm not drawing so that I can draw like so-and-so. I'm drawing so that I can learn how to draw like I want to draw. So I can say, I don't want to draw my hands like this. I want to draw them like that. I want my faces to look like this, not that. I'm choosing to draw this body style like this and put these horns here. And I'm making these choices, and people just have to like them. I at first was like, no, I have to draw what people like. I'm learning how to draw so I can draw what people like. No, that's not what you're doing. You're learning to draw so people can enjoy what you'd make, not so that you can draw what you think they want. Someone told me, I think it was the Lady Luthien, told me people don't know what they want until they see it. Mind blowing. 4 years of college would never have done that for me. For someone to say something as simple as, people don't know what they want until they see it. Of course, when you hear it, you're like, how in the, what? They're spending their money. But trust me, as a tattoo artist, I will tell you firsthand that people do not know what they want until they see it, which is why everybody runs to Pinterest when they want a tattoo, because they don't know what they want. And if you can show them what they need, your eyes just open. But regardless, this is for those of you guys that want to be a part of what I'm doing right here, or what this is going to be. It is going to be a secret project from my Patreon. This is just me practicing, but this is going to go towards something bigger. I did a book called Friends Don't Make Friends Draw Waifus. For those of you guys that came over from Carson's stream, I was trying to get this before I got on my rant, because I always go on my rant. I made a book, and it turned out very well. And I'm very, very, very proud of it. And it inspired me to do more things that I'm proud of. This book started off as a joke. It was literally like, I don't like drawing waifus. I don't like drawing women in a sexy way. I like comic book women. I like superhero type stuff. My chat liked sexy women. we had to come to a compromise. So me being who I am, I'm like, I'll draw your stuff and I'll just draw them until you guys don't want them anymore. Because that was always my philosophy: is if someone wants you to draw something, draw it and you don't have to draw it anymore. Well, waifus are eternal, and I didn't know that. So we had an entire day dedicated to drawing them, and I started getting sick of them until one day I was like, I have a bright idea. If I don't want to draw them, why don't I make it their responsibility to draw them by showing them how I draw it so I don't have to? Again, it was a joke. I was just going to draw a couple pages of like mock-ups of how you draw stuff, and it turned into a 200-page book on how I draw females. And it became literally one of my crown jewels. Like one of my, when I look at my life resume of art, this will be on it. This is literally like the top of the list right now. And I can't let this be the top of the list because, you know, Ink One doesn't like drawing this kind of stuff. So I have to do something better. This is still for sale, ! Book in the chat. Also, there is a digital version that's like way cheaper, stuff like that. But you can also sub to the channel. And there is a free digital copy for anybody that subs to the channel in the sub Discord. But I put a lot of effort into this. It taught me how to make books. And now that I know how to make books, there's a lot of things that I would like to put in book form and just give away to people like that subscribe to my channel and subscribe to my Patreon and stuff like that. Because you have Kindle and stuff like that. They have this thing called fanzine, which basically makes the book like this. I wish they would make a computer program that's just a standalone program for reading PDFs like a book, like this. This exists inside of Eclipse Studio, which I think this is super cool, but they should just have a standalone program that does this. And if they do, somebody let me know, because I've never been able to find it. But this is what I did for my chat. So now, you know, what do you do when you've done this? You have to do something better. You can't go back, right? So I don't necessarily want to do another book because I'm terrible. I am super terrible about drawing books and making books, and it took me forever to do this book. But I definitely told my channel. I definitely told my channel that I would do. Holy crap! I turned the whole damn thing off. I definitely told my channel that I would do something to do with men. And, well, this is now me having something to do with men. You know, like I want to do something, like I want to do monsters and robots and things like that. And this is me doing monsters and robots and, well, things like that. I don't necessarily want to do a book, but I do want to do 3D modeling. No! I deleted my hands. I was drawing hands and I like deleted the ones that I just deleted. No! Dang it. I didn't. Oh. That sucks the most. Is when you draw something and you don't save it and you lose. I lost like 4 hands that I drew. Oh well, now I can redraw them. Always save, chat. I wish you could go back in history. The hands? Can't. Oh, that's another one. In any case, whatever. So what I want to do with this is I want this to be a thing, and then I want to segue into drawing, doing 3D modeling. That's where the goal is going to end up, is me doing 3D modeling. And it's all going to be Patreon based. That's the thing, is I want it to be Patreon based. Because I don't do enough stuff for my Patreon. I want to do more for my Patreon. because it's just been kind of dormant. So this project right here that I'm working on right now is going to segue into a bigger project, um, which is going to consist of me becoming a 3D artist, and moving in that direction. I will always be a tattoo artist. Tattooing will always be something that I will do, and it will always be a passion of mine. Um, but as far as like my growth, uh, I think that is like naturally the way to go. So that'll give you guys a general idea about me and what I do. Again, I thank Carson for bringing you guys over. And if you guys like what you see, make sure you hit that follow button. I will try to honor Carson with the entertainment that his community deserves. His community always comes over and they're super awesome, and they're inspiring, and like they're just a good reflection of Carson, and I appreciate that. It's nice to have the people that I grew in Twitch still around. Are you going to TwitchCon, Carson? I don't know if you're still here, but if anybody is from his stream and knows if he's going to TwitchCon, let me know, because I'm on the fence about going to TwitchCon because there's nobody really going to be there that I know. And 2016 was like the best TwitchCon ever, and I'm trying to relive that moment. So all of these are just practice, so that I can do a bigger project. Like, I draw hands a lot, so having to draw hands or redraw hands and stuff like that isn't a big deal. It's more so for your benefit. Things like this, I'm gonna post these pages and stuff in my Patreon, of course, but this is just a small, minuscule part of the master plan that I have in store, which of course I'll kind of detail later. Um, once I have enough, once I get enough headway into it. I hate revealing things before. It's like revealing a game when it's 2 years away. You know what I mean? I hate that. But I know that I wanted to do something with monsters and robots, and this is what this is going to tie into. It's going to also tie into my adorable nightmares concept that I've been working on forever, which again is going to be part of the 3D modeling thing and stuff like that. But you want to know more about it and you want to be a part of it, exclamation point Patreon in the chat. Join my Patreon, and you will be the first to know everything. And then you will also receive, when it's done, you will get the free copy, and you will get the benefit. You will get all the benefits of the project before we release it to the public. That way you can be like, I had it before you had it. Plus, there will probably always be some stuff in it that I can't release, because I do a lot of requests, and some of those requests are kind of crazy, but only people that are like in the know will ever see them. If you have any questions and or about art or tattooing, feel free to ask. I'm pretty much an open book. I love to share. If I have knowledge of it, I will share the knowledge. I love leaving breadcrumbs. But like I was saying before, we live in a generation or a day and age where information is everywhere. Please take advantage of the information. And if you're an artist and you are struggling, 9 times out of 10, you're struggling because you are not practicing enough, or you are practicing the wrong way. Please take heed to the way you study your art. It will definitely help you immensely in growing as an artist. Do not be like me and be envious of people that are doing things you want to do, because anything that they're doing, they struggled just like you did. You just don't understand or know their struggle, so you think you're alone. Trust me, we as artists, we all struggle the same, just not in the same order. something that you will definitely need to learn. Is this the struggle is the same, just not in the same order. Like if you struggle with drawing feet, same. Same. Though I'm getting better. I've gotten way better at drawing feet, but my hand to feet ratio is like the way I struggle with drawing hands is a different beast compared to the way I draw with feet. I learned hands and then I just kind of progressed and got to the point where I was super comfortable with drawing hands. Feet are one day I'll be drawing feet super great, and the next day I'll be like, I don't understand how you draw these things. Like, are they supposed to have toes? And like it changes everything. Also, if you're digital, save often. Don't be like me and not save for an hour and then just lose an hour of work. But since they're just hands, I don't feel bad about it, because I can always just draw them again. But buddy, let me tell you, oh, my fat hands are gone. I lost a lot of hands that I drew. Oh well, I can redraw them. It's a good thing because now all you people that have just tuned in can see me draw it live again. That's the beautiful thing about having video, because it's saved in video forever. So now you'll get to go back and watch me erase, and you get to see firsthand that people that you might consider to be a lot more well trained and stuff like that still do the same stuff that beginners do. Like forget to save and lose hours of work. But again, I draw hands all the time, so it's like whatever. Again, remember what I told you guys earlier about spending time doing. Don't spend time doing detailed parts of a drawing until you got the entire structure of the drawing figured out. Meaning, like, don't stop and start detailing out. If you're drawing hands and you're practicing hands, don't stop and start figuring out the details of drawing the hand If you haven't finished drawing, like I'm gonna draw the whole entire, like the majority of the forearm and the bicep and stuff like that, because that was what this one was before. It was supposed to kind of depict a certain pose or whatnot. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to stop and then start detailing out the fingers and stuff like that before you get the gist of the hand, because you don't necessarily know what you want it to look like. And then if you do that and then it's not the way you want, you end up erasing a lot of stuff that you shouldn't have actually been drawing in the first place. Or what if you scrap the entire image? You wanna practice the loose to tight method and get the loose version of it down, and then go back in and start detailing. It's a practice you should use with everything. It will speed up your like, again, it'll speed up your process, and you'll be able to get stuff down through your pipeline a lot quicker. Especially if you're practicing. If you're practicing, there's no reason why you should be rendering it like it's a piece of art before you actually do all the proper steps, because that's what you're doing. Is when you're practicing, you probably already know how to do everything that you practiced. What you're actually trying to do as an artist is you're trying to speed up that practice while you're learning how to do it better. Like I drew this way faster than I did the first time. But it's because I kind of understand a lot more. Before I was kind of thinking about things while I was explaining it and stuff like that. Now I don't have to actually do the explanation. It's in the VOD. So generally what I'm doing right now is I'm boxing out to give myself depth. You don't have to do this, but it will train your brain so that you don't have to do this kind of stuff later. And what I mean by that is like when you see me drawing hands, or like if I'm drawing a monster and I'm drawing hands on that monster, I don't necessarily have to think too much about the way the hands are going to be positioned and what kind of things I'm going to choose for said monster, because I've been practicing hands and stuff so much that while I'm drawing, my brain is figuring out all the math and all the measurements and all that stuff, all the like red lines and all the deconstruction of the shapes and stuff like that, like this right here, and what all this means, and all that stuff that I use to help me understand depth. It's all being calculated in my brain so that I don't have to do it every single time I draw. But when I first started learning how to draw hands, I would do it on the paper every single time. So it was like just a lot of boxing and stuff like that. It looked messy. There's a lot of erasing. And the whole entire idea was to get so fluid with drawing stuff like this that my brain would do all the figuring, and all I'm basically doing. I see everything that I'm telling you right now, I see on the paper. Like my imagination kind of like puts it on the paper, if that makes sense. You ever look at a blank sheet of paper and you can see the image you want to draw, but when you start drawing it, it comes out like bleh? Well, the reason why you're practicing is so that your brain will remember that bleh a lot more clearer. And then you learn how to draw faster so that before your brain starts changing the blah, you've already put enough of the detail on paper where your brain will be able to capture the image and it will stay focused. Otherwise, if you're drawing it really slow, your brain will be like, this would be a better idea. You should probably draw this hand with like the cratchety nails or sharp nails, or you should make that hand in a more vicious punching mode. Like, your hand, like your brain is telling you to do a lot of stuff while you're trying to just do the thing that you started doing. And what you're trying to do is to calm your brain and get your brain to understand that this is what we're drawing. This is what we're doing right now. Let's focus on this so we can finish the art. And your brain is like, okay, like I can see the vision now. I don't necessarily need to keep trying to figure out new and better ways, because your brain always is 1080p, 4K. Like whatever you're drawing is always way more advanced in your brain. Looks way cooler in your brain than when you draw it out. But your brain and your hands will eventually be in sync, and all the cool stuff you thought about, you will actually be able to draw it exactly how your brain saw it. And that's the goal. The goal is to get you to that point. So I'm probably going to do a few more of these types of like test sheets for different parts of the body. Like I know I want to do one for just forearms. I know I want to do one for calves and thighs for men, because there's a specific part of the calf and thigh on men that confuses the shit out of me. But I only know that part when I'm drawing it. What's up, Cheesy?
Oh, you guys made me eat.
And thank you for that 82 months. How goes it? Did you get my message on Instagram? I sent you a message after we were talking about the piece you wanted me to draw, because I'm trying to get a little more information. Not sure if you did, but if you didn't, check your Instagram. Yeah, I didn't get an. I don't think I got another message. And I can check. which is funny because this gives me the perfect opportunity to draw something that I've been wanting to draw with my original characters that I haven't had a reason to do it because, of course, I had other things that I was working on. So now I have a reason to work on that. Once I finish this test sheet or whatnot, more than likely I'll be posting this on my in my Patreon. Along with any other practice ones that I'm doing or whatnot. Oh, let me check because I don't remember getting it, but I'll check. But the 12th is a long time ago. Let me check and see what the last message that I got is. Give me a second. Give me a second. Uh, What the hell? Oh, yeah, damn, you did send it. Shit, that's a long. I did not see this. Yeah, I'll read it later. I did not see that. It's because I forgot that they have. I guess Instagram has like general and with primary or whatever. Yeah, I'll read it. So I can actually start working on it. It's probably gonna be big though. Like not even gonna lie. It's probably gonna be big. Always remember your outside line work makes a difference when you're drawing hands. A big difference. So, like the encasing of your hands makes a big difference. Again, if you guys have any questions about art or tattooing or any of that kind of stuff, feel free to ask. I am literally just practicing. A lot of what I'm practicing is more or less like um hands that I've drawn that have given me problems. And what I mean by giving me problems is like when I draw them, they I think I have a general idea how I want to do them, but they don't turn out the way that they're supposed to turn out. And I, it's not that I don't know what I'm doing. It's just that I don't have a faster method in which to draw them. So what ends up happening is when I'm speed drawing a full body, when I go back and I start doing uh, like my checklist for like anatomy and stuff like that, those hands always look kind of screwed up, or I always have to do reference to find out what it is about it that doesn't look right, and I don't want to. The idea is that I don't want to have to constantly do that. I should definitely be able to draw a set of hands that I've drawn a lot without having to go back and reference and think. Like, not that referencing is bad, but for me, I feel like if I've been doing this for whatever plus years that I've been doing it, that is something that I should not have to do for something that I draw all the time. And I still have trouble with certain things that I draw. So when I practice, I'm practicing the things that I've had trouble with that I shouldn't have had trouble with, in hopes of not having trouble with it in the future, if that makes sense. See, like hands like this, like the werewolf or monster hands like this, aren't necessarily difficult until you start drawing them from different angles, and it's not the hand that's difficult, it's the positioning of the nails, like the claws and stuff like that are difficult, because if you don't do them correctly, it looks like you forced them, which is what you're generally trying to make it not look like. Like normally, like I said, normally the old me would never have even drawn nails. I don't know how I got away with drawing for that long without having nails on my characters, but now it is like something that I check and double check. Like, and it's not something that really is that big of a deal. It's just something that people will look at that shows your level of like attention to detail. Because the younger me is like, nails aren't important. People don't look at nails. I had a friend that I worked with that used to draw French tip nails on all his girls, and I'm just like, why? No one gives a shit about nails. It's like earlobes. It's like no one ever was like, that's a really freaking cool earlobe, you know. But he was like, it's not for them. It's for me. And I never understood what he meant by that. You know, like, until, of course, I matured a little more and I started realizing that the effort that you put in to something small that people may not notice, it's more so like, it's telling yourself, it's basically, to me, it's telling me that I'm even though people may not care, I'm not that lazy. I'm not that lazy to where because people won't care, I don't need to do it. I'm doing it for me, because there might be a time where I might actually have to draw this thing and it might be the focus. And then I will be struggling because I didn't care to do it when it wasn't that important. You always do it because it's always important, even when it's not important. Plus, again, if you don't spend time doing stuff like this, it's going to hurt you later. You have to spend time doing studies that don't just consist of like the perfect anatomy. Like this is literally subjective anatomy. Like it's just all me figuring out how I want things to look in my style when I draw for me. Doesn't matter if I'm drawing for me for the public, like for people to see, or just for me in private. It's this is how your style develops. This is the part where you choose your little subtle tricks and things like that will define who you are as an artist or whatever. That people will see and they will be like, I know that. I know those fingernails anywhere. I see them, in his art all the time, and I love his art, and, or her art, you know. And these are the things that you pick up from like your favorite artist that they do, and you're like, man, I love when my favorite artist does those things. You love it because somebody else isn't doing it. And because they aren't doing it and this person is, it makes your art seem a lot more fascinating. And it's like I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna try to do that in my art. And before you know it, you've picked up like 6 or 7 things from all kinds of artists that now you have added and have tweaked a little bit, and now you have your own way of doing it. And before you know it, you have created your own style and never even actually noticed it till someone comes along and is like, I love your style. And you're like, what? I don't have a style. But then you start looking, it's like, oh, shoot, I've been drawing this thing this way for so long that, yeah, it's kind of a style of mine. Or I draw these things with these things. When I do belt buckles, I always put these little tassels on them. There's always something that you do that feels like the art is incomplete until you put it on there. It's like my hands don't feel complete until I do the thick outline around it. Well, my art doesn't feel complete until I do the outline rendering. The rendered outline is a must because it just encapsulates everything that I'm doing. But the thing is it has to be very loose. It can't be like stiff, because if I do it and it looks stiff, then I feel like it's forced. Whenever I draw like werewolves and stuff like that, I don't know if other people do this. Do you have to watch like certain movies or certain types of shows when you're drawing certain things? Like lately, my thing is like when I'm drawing like werewolves and stuff like that, I have to watch Van Helsing, not the TV show, the movie with Hugh Jackman, or I have to watch Castlevania. Even though Castlevania doesn't have werewolves a lot in it, I don't think it has any actually. But I always put on something that like reflects the kind of art that I'm drawing to kind of keep my mind in the mode and in the feel. The bruh. The hell was that? Again, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I don't know if I'm gonna go with that. I mean, I guess it's okay. I don't really need to. I was not sure if I wanted to do like all the rendering. It's not necessary. It really ain't. But it's like whatever. It just helps with the depth of the hand itself. The, yeah. The thing with arms like this is typically when I try to draw like werewolf arms or whatever, I always typically try to make them thin and then bulky at the end, like very muscular right where the forearm ends and the bicep begins. Throw some bandages. You don't necessarily need to do this. It's a cheating way to not have to draw the veins and all that stuff. And muscles for characters like this. It just helps the cheating. Again, if it's your first time here and you like what you see, make sure you hit that follow button.
I'm Mr. V6. Look at me.
Thanks for the follow. If you have any questions, guys, remember, feel free to ask. I am literally just practicing, not doing anything special. Again, I'm just trying to get a better understanding of, like, my approach to drawing whatever. Like, it's not. I've drawn this stuff a million times, but as you get better, I always like to leave breadcrumbs. Like, I always like to try to. I try to leave breadcrumbs for everyone else. How come do you draw with lower opacity? Oh, I draw really light. I do this because in real life I draw really light. And I do it because when I'm ready to render, I don't ink my work. I just go over it with a darker opacity so that when your eye is looking at it, so when I pull back like this, you see only what I want you to see. And it gives me room to form the image without having shit scribbled everywhere. If it was all really darker opacity, I understand what a lot of the viewers like. A lot of the viewers are like, I can't see what you're doing when you start. You're not supposed to. I only want you to see what I'm doing when I figure it out. But it's the same thing on paper. When I draw on paper, I draw extremely light because when I render it, I make it darker, and it looks pretty much the way that it. So like when it's done, it'll look like, I don't know, like this. Like the rendered part is only all I want you to see. So even though I can zoom in and you can see all the scribbles, when I back out, you see only what I want you to see. It's a trick that all artists use, which is why beginning artists, they don't sketch a lot. You will find beginning artists that don't understand when you tell them you need to sketch, their brain is like, I am sketching, when they're not sketching, they're drawing. Drawing and sketching is two different things. Drawing is what you want people to see. Sketching is figuring it out. So when you look at this real close, it just looks like a mess. But as you back away, the thicker lines and the more vibrant lines are all you see. I draw really light because I don't want to get confused as to what I'm drawing because I draw like a mess, Well, thanks. I appreciate that. Well, yeah, that's the thing is like I don't like to render. And the other reason why I draw really light is because I don't like to render my drawings until the entire composition is done. If I start drawing a hand and I don't finish drawing the entire wrist and all that stuff before I start detailing out the fingernails, I get lost. And before you know it, I'm trapped in this endless cycle of trying to make this fingernail look exactly right when the rest of the hand isn't even drawn. So what I do is I draw really light to speed draw and make it look a certain way before I actually start trying to nail in what it actually looks like. Which I know a lot of people that do that, and it's like, I try to explain to them, like, it's not, it slows down your production when you're trying to make something look a certain way. So if I'm drawing a fat hand, because I drew a fat hand earlier and I fucking forgot to like save it and I erased it, but whatever. I'm drawing a fat hand, right? Like, because you gotta be able to draw hands in all different sizes. But I know that when I draw my fat hands or when I draw big hands, that I use circles for the palm, right? So even though I use circles for the palm, it's still the same method. It still has knuckles, it still has, if I'm going to draw 4 fingers, and it's going to still have 4 fingers or whatever, but everything is a lot rounder. So I draw really light so that while I'm drawing this way, the things that I don't want to get in the way, well, they won't get in the way. I don't know what I don't want to get in the way while I'm drawing it. I might be drawing something that, like, for example, I might draw this entire arm, right? And then draw something over it that is going to cover up a whole bunch of it. But while I'm drawing, I don't know that yet. My brain hasn't changed it or came up with a better idea. So, say I draw this entire hand and then I'm like, I'm going to put a shackle over this entire thing, or I just that I don't want the shackle. I want the hand to be in a glove. Now that changes the thickness of the way that the hand looks and stuff like that. But I can do all of that stuff on the fly without erasing because it's light. And then once I actually start getting to the point where I know what I want to do, I can start adding darker lines. And as I start adding the darker lines, the image of what I want starts coming out. Now what I actually want you to see starts popping out, and the rest of it falls into the background. And now you get to actually see what I want you to see while I'm trying to figure it out. But while I'm drawing it, it just looks like, oh shit, I can barely see what this guy is doing. It doesn't look like he's doing anything. Now, granted, most people aren't sitting here practicing drawing fingers or hands all day. So, and they're not drawing fast and you're missing stuff. They're usually drawing an image or something that, when they first start out, you won't even remember how they started. They'll be spending most of their time rendering, and you'll see the rendering process. But when you're practicing or whatever, you just see a lot of starting over. You see a lot of, okay, I'm going to draw this, and now I'm going to draw this, and now I'm going to draw this. It's just a constant restart. Some people like to see the process, and so, like, I have videos where I show my process from the beginning with darker pencil, stuff like that. But for the most part, when I'm practicing, for me, it has to be light so it doesn't interfere with what I'm thinking about, which it will a lot. So if I'm drawing a big fat arm, right? Again, it's different from drawing a muscular one. Everything is a lot more round. It's the same concept. It's just everything is a lot rounder. But that roundness has to be portrayed, and I have to make sure it's right before I darken it in. And then once I get it right, I can darken it in. I can start erasing stuff to make it look fuller. And then, of course, people will come in later, see me doing this and being like, oh my God, you're a genius. Like, how did you get to this? And it's like, no, it was a mess. The shit was a mess until 2 minutes before you came in. And in my mind, a lot of it's still a mess until I'm finished. Once I'm actually finished and the color is laid down and I'm satisfied with what I'm doing, it's always a work in progress. But for those of you guys that wonder why I draw so light, that's why. Because I don't want anything that I don't like to show up, and I don't want to have to constantly erase. Drawing light keeps me from having to erase. I mean, if you want to dummy it down to like the simplest explanation, drawing light keeps me from having to erase stuff, which makes the workflow go faster, which means that while I'm drawing, whatever's in my brain is getting on the paper faster. Which means I'm not changing stuff. I'm not thinking this could be better. I'm not forgetting something that I was supposed to add, because I'm sure a lot of you guys do that, where you'll be drawing something and you're working on it so slowly that you forget stuff that you were going to add. Or, and this happens, you get burnt out on what you're doing halfway through it, and then you just want to get done. Any of you guys ever been like that, where you're working on something and you get so exhausted with the concept or the idea that you just want to be done? You just want the idea to be done, and you just kind of rush through it because you're like, I don't feel like spending all day on this. I'm just gonna be done. And then you short yourself on a pretty cool idea because you just want to be done. So you can move on to the next, cool idea to get burnt out. Because cool ideas are very dramatic, and they're drastic in detail. Cool ideas are never simple. They're always very complex in your brain. You simplify them later when you realize I don't want to do all of that. I do that with like hands sometime when I'm like drawing hands, and I'm like, I am not about to do this very complicated pose with the fingers because I don't necessarily know if it's going to translate with the way I set this wrist. So instead of me just going like just full on, I'll dull it down and make it simpler. Same thing with a facial expression. I'll draw a female and I'll be trying to do something a little bit more goofy and end up just doing the simple smile or half open mouth. Something really easy that ain't gonna stress me out. Because when I started the idea, I was enthusiastic and I kind of lost it along the way. I'm like, this isn't gonna be as cool as I thought it was gonna be. I'm just gonna get through it. And that's generally how that stuff ends up working. You end up backing out of a lot of stuff you do because the original concept in your brain seemed a lot cooler than what you wanted to take on. Which is fine, it happens. But that's why you practice stuff like this, where you're drawing and then you get bored. And say you're drawing a hand or 6 hands or whatever, and you get bored halfway through it, and you don't want to draw hands anymore. Just switch to something else. Go draw something else and leave this until you want to come back. And that's the big thing too, is a lot of people don't want to do exercises because when they do exercises, they aren't doing fun exercises. They're doing what they think they're supposed to do. You have no idea how many people don't realize that your practice doesn't have to be boring. Why are you doing boring practice? Someone told you you had to draw realistic hands in order to get good at drawing hands, and so you do that, and it's not true. You can actually draw comic book hands and get good drawing hands. Like, your brain will tell you when you really, really, really want to practice on doing something a little bit more perfect, because you won't like the way something looks, and if you're just sitting up there pounding your brain with realism to try to draw fantasy, it'll start feeling like a chore every time you practice. Practice should not be a chore. Practice should be fun. Like, I love practice. I love practice more than doing regular art, because regular art is like, I'm drawing something. When I do regular art, my brain is, I already know how to draw this. I'm now just doing it for whatever, like I'm now doing an art piece. I'm not practicing. I'm actually doing a more polished version of the thing I've been practicing the whole time, which comes off to me as boring because I'm like, I don't really want to. Like, I've already drawn this a million times. Now I'm actually doing it and I'm cleaning it up and I'm making it look presentable. But I already know how to do it. It's like drawing a human body and then, a million times and then be like, all right, I'm going to draw a human carrying a weapon, a sword or whatever. And it's like, well, I already know how to draw a human. I know how to draw a sword. I know how to draw a human carrying a sword. So now I'm gonna draw this human and I'm gonna dress it up in a, superhero costume, which is literally the only difference. And it's like, I know how to draw clothes. So drawing whatever clothes and clothing folds, it's just all a series of things you know how to do that you're just putting together. Where with practice, you're learning the things you don't know how to do better. Like I know how to draw a hand, but I don't know how to draw hands good, so I'm gonna learn how to draw hands better. Even though I know how to draw hands fairly well. Feet, on the other hand, yeah, that's a different beast. I know how to draw feet, but I don't know how to draw feet as fluidly as I draw hands. So, should I be drawing feet? Yes. Male feet, though, aren't the problem. It's dainty female feet. Cute, dainty female feet is the problem. Like, I can draw male feet all day because male feet can be as ugly as you want them to be. Dainty, cute female feet have to be cute and dainty, and you know what I mean by that. Like they have to be delicate looking and pretty. Unless you're drawing ugly hammer toes, then it's like whatever, do you? It's like drawing pretty female faces. It's whatever. You teach yourself to draw pretty female faces, but then someone wants an ugly one, and you're like, shit. I don't know if I can draw an ugly one because I've never drawn an ugly one. It's like, it's just an ugly face. Draw it. And it's like, you can draw an ugly guy face all day long, but I don't draw that many ugly girl faces. So now what? And now you're, like that's the stuff that I have dilemmas with. I have problems with that kind of stuff where I don't, it's all humans though. But the funny thing is, like, if I don't know how to draw a candle, all I have to do is look at a candle and I can draw a candle and it'll be exactly how I want it. Because it's an inanimate object. All it has to do is mimic that in which it is, you know what I mean? Where humans is like, it not only has to mimic it, but it has to have a personality. Doesn't have to, but you know what I mean? You're not going to sit up and draw something that doesn't make you jump out of your chair, because it's like, why are you doing it then? At least that's how I feel. If I'm not wowed by what I'm drawing, like as far as things go, it's like I spent way too much time drawing humans to not wow myself when I draw humans. Like even if it's not a human, it's a humanoid, anthropomorphic, whatever, it still has to wow me out of my chair. Because I'm like, I've been doing this forever. There's no reason why I shouldn't be like, holy shit. Like these hands are whatever. It's whatever. They're hands. But they're situational. So for someone that doesn't know how to draw hands, like I said before, someone is looking at these hands thinking, I wish I could draw one of these the way that I've been trying to draw it and it's not working, where I'm just doing it effortlessly. And the idea is to make you understand that when you're drawing your hands and you're having trouble with drawing hands, a lot of the time it's that you're over complicating a simple like bundle of shapes. You don't know how to start it, so if you don't know how to start it, you don't know where to end it. That's all it takes to draw that hand. But a person will overly complicate the entire thing to the point where they don't get it. Like, and it will stress them out because they'll be like, I just want to draw a fat hand, and it's like, it's a circle. There's a circle. It's kind of like an egg or whatever, but you get what I'm saying. It's just shapes. It has knuckles, but it's still the same exact thing. It's the only difference between a fat hand for me and a skinny hand is that a skinny hand is a square and a fat hand is circles. But the knuckles and the fingers and everything are drawn just the same. But a person will overcomplicate this to the ends of the world. If you can draw a 3D, if you can draw a box and you can draw a box 3D, you should be able to draw any set of hands. Because you understand 3 dimensions, and you understand 3-dimensional boxes. So why can't you build? Yeah, it sounds a lot. It sounds a lot simpler for somebody that's been doing it for a while. But It sounds simple because it is simple. It's just not simple because you're not allowing your brain to see it's simple. You're like, this is hard, and that's it. Drawing hands are hard, and that's it. And it's like, why are drawing hands hard? I don't know. They just are. Hand drawing is hard. It's not. You just made yourself think it's hard by saying it's hard, you know. Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing. Your everything is made up of basic shapes. You see the basic shapes first and you build the detail around the basic shapes. If you understand that concept, you will master drawing. Thanks for that follow. I appreciate it. Like, that's just it. Soon as you understand if you understand building the basic shapes of whatever it is you're drawing, and then you detail around the basic shapes, you will master drawing. But it's very easy for me to say that and then you walk away and you don't understand what the hell I was talking about. Because somebody told me when I was younger, everything is made up of basic shapes. And I'm like, I draw basic shapes all the time. I know how to draw a fucking circle, square, rectangle, triangle. I know how to draw these things. I can't draw a hand. And it's like, you know why? Because the way my brain had to interpret it was everything is made up of the basic shapes that make it easy for me to draw said thing. Where if I'm drawing a snake, I'm not thinking cylinder. I'm thinking noodles. It's a cylinder. But my brain is like, I can relate better to the image of me drawing a noodle than drawing a perfect cylinder or a stop sign versus drawing an octagon. Like, your brain will overly complicate the simplest shit and simplify the most complicated stuff. And a lot of what you do, a lot of the problems you run into when you're learning how to draw is you interpret things different than the way the person that is teaching it meant it. So the challenge in learning how to draw is figuring out how your brain interprets how to do stuff. You can be watching me draw this right now, and you will miss one tiny little thing, and you'll be like, I don't understand how he got to this point. How did he get to this point of the drawing? I missed it. And I could watch it a million times, and I'm like, and you'll watch it a million times and be like, I don't understand how he came up with those shapes. Why does he use those shapes? And it's like, you're not trying to learn how I use my shapes. You're trying to learn how to figure out the shapes you want to use. My shapes will work for me. All you need to understand is to build a hand, you need a set of shapes that are familiar to you. To build a head, you need a set of shapes that are familiar to you. To draw a building, you need a set of shapes that are familiar to you. Shapes that are easy for like when you're learning how to do the fundamentals, you're teaching your hands to work with your brain. Because you notice that when certain people draw, they whip their pencil really quick, and certain people draw really slow and sketchy. It's what's comfortable for your brain and hand to work together. And a lot of people don't get that, and I was one of them. I whip my pencil in a roundish fashion. So when I draw, I have to draw shapes that complement that, which is more of a roundish, which is more like roundish or pointy-ish type shapes. It works better. I can control my pencil better if I have the room to whip it. If I have to draw slow, steady, perfect, like lines, I will fucking shit myself. I can't do it. Unless there's a line there for me to follow, which is why I could do tattooing. Because I am literally copying something that I pre-drew and I can follow that line. But if I had to draw straight from my brain, straight line to build a building, I'm gonna panic. Because I'm like, I'm not a straight line person. I could scribble a bunch of lines and make a building and it'll look pretty. But I can't draw a straight line perfect and do that a bunch of times to make a building. I have to draw scribbles and then kind of go over it and refine it until it becomes a building. Dude, you know this would have saved me about 20 years of art if someone had told me this. Do you know how much failure and figuring out I had to do to get to this point? And that's the reason why I stream. So that I can tell people that I know you feel this way, but it's the same exact thing I went through. And the problem is when you're learning from someone, you're learning the way that they learned, and it may not be the way that you learn. The very first thing you need to do when you're doing art is learn how you learn. Some people are visual learners. They can watch and do it. Some people have to be instructed and then they can do it. Some people can read a map and find their way through anything. It's everybody learns differently. And those are weaknesses and strengths. You have to learn how to feed into your strengths and weaknesses. You have to understand that you have strengths and you have weaknesses. And you have to learn how to use those to learn whatever it is you're trying to learn. And a lot of times people can't. A lot of people don't understand how to tap into their strengths and weaknesses. I'm bad. I'm not a good artist because I wasn't born to do art, because I wasn't blessed by the guys. And it's like no one was. No one was born thinking I'm going to be an artist. Before there were artists, how does someone become an artist? How does one get named an artist? You know, it's the same thing as I was born with good muscle structure. You know, you were born to play football. There was no football before. So what were you born to do? No one was born to do anything. At some point you figure out you like it. And once you figure out you like it, now you get good at doing it. And that's art. I didn't like art when I first was like young. I hated art. Well, actually, I won't say I hated it. It wasn't important to me. It became important to me when my brothers refused to show me something. As funny as that sounds, my brothers refused to show me how to draw a thing. And my anger made me want to be an artist so that I can not show them things, if that makes sense. I wanted to get really, really good so that when they asked me, how did you draw that thing? I could be like, I'm not showing you. Now, fast forward years later, they don't even remember any of that because we were children and that was a sibling thing where it was like, get away, young sibling, you're bothering me. Where I got scarred enough to where I wanted to, they basically made a villain. That started my villain arc. But then eventually I learned how to love like drawing and doing that stuff for me. I forgot all about it. And then when I remembered why, when someone asked me how I got into art, I remembered the reason why. But I'm like, I wonder if they even remember. They don't do art now. My brothers don't do art. They were just drawing on the back of their homework and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But in my brain, they were the villains in my story. They were the villains, and I was going to become the hero. And now I'm an artist. And that's how shit happens, is like, it's not always meant to be. Something really dumb can trigger you becoming somebody great or something dramatic. But regardless, is when you get to that point, what are you going to do? Because it's going to be, the thing is the story is all the same. I sucked until I didn't. Like that was the whole, when I first started my art journey, I sucked until I didn't. And that's how it works. Why did you suck? Because I did. And then how did you get good? I stopped sucking. How? I don't know. I just stopped. You know how I understood everything is made up of basic shapes? I had a meltdown while I was drawing because I couldn't draw an eyeball that I had drew a million times. The stupid 3/4 eyes that now it's just like laughable, but I couldn't draw eyes in a 3/4 view, and I had just did it the day before because I was copying something instead of understanding how to draw it. Again, you're young, you're experiencing stuff, right? So I'm trying to figure out why I couldn't draw this eye, right? And I'm sitting up and I got my face drawn, right? And I got my lines and all that, and I'm drawing the eye over here, and then this eye is like that. And I'm like, why can't I draw this freaking eye and make it look the way that it looked the other day? I don't have the reference, but I'm trying to draw it, and I'm like, I did it with my hands. Why aren't my hands cooperating, right? And I'm drawing, and I keep drawing and erasing, drawing and erasing, drawing and erasing, till eventually I just flipped out, threw my fucking pencils, slapped my paper all over the floor, and I'm pissed. Because I'm like, it sucks that I really want to be good at art, but the gods won't let me. I wasn't blessed with like good hands to draw. So I won't be able to draw this cool bunny rabbit or whatever the fuck it was I was drawing for some girl, because it was probably for some girl. And it made me mad. And I was like, I'm sitting there with my thing, and I'm like, why can't I draw it? I don't get it. It's not even that, and I'm talking to myself, right? And I'm like, it's not even that hard. Like, it's just stupid almond shape. And I'm like, and I could just, and just like that, it made sense. I was like, that's the reason why when you see artists' raw work, it looks like shit. Because I've seen artists' work before it became whatever it was, and I'm like, why is it all scribbly? Why does it look like crappy shit before it looks good? Like, why would you want to draw neat artwork over that crappy scribbly shit? Again, this is on paper. This is how my brain is thinking. Why are you drawing scribbly shit underneath your beautiful artwork? Because now you got to erase all of that, and this is what my brain is thinking, right? And at that moment, it made sense. Holy shit. That's the basic shapes. They're scribbling in the basic shapes underneath the artwork, and they're tracing the detail over the top of it. If I just draw the shape of the eye, that I want, and then I just draw the details over the top of it, it makes sense. And my brain fucking exploded. And I was like, holy shit. And the next day I was a good artist. And I'm not even lying. I'm not even joking. 20 years of being a bad artist, or not being able to just like actually draw. And in that moment, I knew exactly how to do it, because I now understood everything is made up of basic shapes. The next thing was to learn the everything is made up of basic shapes doesn't mean the basic shapes. Because then, of course, I did what everybody else did. I started doing fundamentals and practicing drawing circle, squares, rectangles, and 3D circle, squares, and rectangles, and all of that, and trying to be the most perfect square, rectangle, circle drawer, and measuring my faces, making sure that there's eye lengths this way and head space this way in the body, and all that dumb shit that you leave behind when you develop your own style. Because once you have your own style, you have your own measurements. You draw your own shit, your monsters and robots, or whatever measurements you want them to be. Unless you're drawing anatomically correct humans, you don't need to remember it. And if you're drawing exaggerated humans, that shit goes out the window. It is just a format to teach people that is basic enough for anybody to learn it. It is very hard for me to teach you my style, and my style has a million things that only work for me. But it's very easy for me to go to you and be like, if you want to draw like me, all you have to do is draw these shapes, or say something simple like practice. And people like, I practice every day, but do you practice like this? You know, that's why you have art words like juxtaposition and perspective, and it's a way of relating, a way of doing something to people that don't understand what it means. If I say perspective, it literally means depth. But so does foreshortening. But the way I look at it is foreshortening is like more of coming out at you, where perspective is like going back into the image. That's how my brain is wired to think of perspective versus foreshortening. Foreshortening is coming out at you. Depth is perspective. You know, camera angles, like worm's eye view is from the ground, bird's eye view is from the sky. But when you're explaining this to people, if I said bird's eye view to a beginning artist, they're not thinking the view from the sky. I would have to actually say your view from the sky. And they're like, oh, if I'm in the sky, this is what the view would look like. If I said bird's eye view, you're thinking what a bird's eye would see, which the bird could be perched on anything. And that's where the miscommunication happens. Is you're not thinking, you're interpreting what I say differently than what I mean it. And that's why you have like languages and stuff like that. But that's also why you have tutorials. It's very easy for me to sit up here and draw a tutorial on how to draw a hand, then say, just do this, 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 and this. You're gonna interpret it differently. And if I told the chat to draw one thing, everybody got the same idea, you will have 10 different drawings because nobody thinks the same. And that's how you know that everybody doesn't think alike, which means if everybody doesn't think alike, why are we supposed to draw alike? And if you understand that we're not supposed to draw alike, why am I following what Andrew Loomis says? I like Andrew Loomis, but his style of drawing hands didn't work for me. As a matter of fact, nobody's style of drawing hands really worked for me. So I just took what I liked from each person's hand drawing and I developed my own. And then I met a guy that drew hands exactly like me, but he called his box of hot dogs. And I was like, that's brilliant. It makes sense. I'm gonna use that because my style of hand drawing had no name. It was just, this is how I draw hands. But if I say box of hot dogs and then I explain to you the way I draw hands, it makes sense because it looks like a box of hot dogs. Well, it won't look like that while I'm drawing it. You'll look like, after I explain it to you, then you'll be like, oh, I get it. But while I'm drawing, it just looks like, shapes. But this is how you develop style and stuff. This is why you should have a bunch of people to reference and study from. When people tell you you shouldn't use reference, how do you learn? There isn't a single artist on this planet that has never referenced. And if they tell you that, stop hanging out with them. They're trying to make their journey seem more, I don't know, fucking godlike. I've run into so many people that say, if you want to be a good artist, you don't reference. Yeah, you reference anytime you need a reference. Because how do you draw something you've never seen unless you're drawing something completely new and it's from stuff you've seen? You cannot create from things you have not seen. Not from your imagination. If you can't imagine things you've never seen. If you had a blank, if your mind was blank, you don't create things out of thin air. It's always a combination of things you've seen. You will create something new, but from things that are old. And the more you understand, the other thing is like you don't want to complicate your art journey with trying to be this savant. Stop trying to be the next Kim Jong-gi. Kim Jong-gi didn't even know he was going to be Kim Jong-gi until he was Kim Jong-gi. You know what I mean? Jim Lee didn't know he was going to be Jim Lee until he was Jim Lee. Before he used to just be Jim. You know what I mean? Like, anybody you were a fan of wasn't that person until they became that person. And they will always tell you the same thing. Practice, humble yourself. Like all these things that you learn after you grow up. Art-wise. The minute you grow up art-wise, you understand that all that BS that you were fed and all the people that were feeding it to you, because you'll see some people that draw really good, but they're really humble. And then you have people that are really good, that are really arrogant. The funny thing that I learned about really arrogant artists, they don't want to share because they're afraid that if people learn what they do, they won't be special anymore. They'll show you that they can do it, but they will never show you how they do it. Because they're like, like that's their breadwinner. This is how I make my money. If I show you, then you're going to copy me, and now you're not going to be special anymore. Well, that's fine. That's it. They learned it. They can do what they want with their skill set. I am different. I am like, I want to show you because if you learn what I do and you do it better, I might be able to learn from you. Not to mention the fact that I don't have to draw the shit that you want me to draw because I'm teaching you how to draw it. And 9 times out of 10, I don't want to draw your stuff. I believe I teach a lot of people stuff so that I don't have to draw their thing. I don't do commission work, which is why if you get me to do a commission, you know that you're pretty special. I hate doing commission work, except for tattooing, because that's not the same. It is commission work technically, but it's not. But that's why I don't do commission work, because I hate doing other people's ideas. Because of the amount of time I spent fucking off and not listening, now I wanna fix that. I need to fix the time that I lost. Which is kind of what I think when I'm doing stuff all the time, is like, I lost so much time being ignorant. I need to get it back. And I can't get that time back and learn the things that I learn and leave my breadcrumbs for the future artist if I'm doing, like, I don't know, commission work. Yeah, you can make money from it, but I found tattooing. So now I don't have to do commission work. I just do tattooing. I make oodles of money. I get paid immediately. And my art is on actual human bodies and all that. And I can do my other work on the side. Because tattooing is just the same shit over and over. It's very rare that you get anything very unique. And when you get the unique stuff, you go all in. But while I'm waiting for someone to ask me for something unique, I'm practicing on how to draw everything, so that thing that they think is going to be hard for me to draw, while they're explaining, I'm drawing it. I want birds, and with the birds, I want this scenery and this and that, and I'm just sketching it out, and I'm like, kind of like this. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, give me a couple minutes to tighten it up, and then we can get started. And now I have a lifetime customer because that person now knows I can draw that thing that they draw. I wanted to do a really cool Zelda piece, and I have a friend that is in my chat that has been a friend of mine forever in real life, and her name is Zelda Queen. And I'm like, I would love to put this on her because her name is Zelda Queen. And she said, yeah, without even hesitating, because she trusts me and she loves my work, and we've been friends forever. So now she has a really cool Zelda piece that we're working on. Or I could have waited till someone came to the shop and asked for it and never got a chance to do it. And now I can show off the things that I want to show off in the process of doing all the other boring stuff that I hate doing, because tattooing is a lot of boring things that you don't really want to do. You know how many years I spent doing what I thought I had to do? It took an artist to ask me, are you drawing what other people do, or are you drawing what you want to do? And I'm like, I'm drawing what the people want. They showed me a picture, and they're like, the picture is a reference. You can draw what you want and show it to them and see if they'll accept what you want to do. That's how you get people to trust what you do. I never thought of that. I never once thought, draw what they like do what they want, but also do something else on the side and offer them option. Because at first I was like, an option means more work. And I wasn't trying to do more work. But as I got faster at art, it's like, it's not more work. It's art. It's fun. I'm having more fun. So, for instance, oops, let me save this before I do what I did last time and delete everything. So, for instance, if I do something like this, these are geisha concepts for tattoos. There are 4 concepts. I want to do every single one of them. So anyone that they pick, I'm going to want to do it. But each one I'm going to add stuff to once they pick it. This is the concept. The concept was the person wanted like a geisha style with like swords or knives or whatever. You know what I mean? I did 4 concepts. These 4 concepts took me about 2 hours. And they're going to pick one. And then they're going to take that one. I'm going to make it more detailed. And then once I'm done making them detailed, I'm going to tattoo it. But I still have 3 other concepts I can use for 3 other people that may come in and ask for geishas one day. And that's how I look at it. Before, I used to be like, I don't want to draw 3 different designs. You know, it's like what is it? Is this supposed to be like the king's heads? I was working on this. I just kind of stopped. But it was the head of the kings, and then I was going to draw another skull design. Because skulls are just something you get asked for a lot in tattooing for whatever reason. You know what I mean? Like, it's just something you get asked for a lot. I don't remember what I don't know what the goddess thing was. I stopped at 1. I was going to draw a bunch of goddess, and I just kind of stopped at 1 concept, and I did something else. But again, I have hundreds of already drawn concepts. This is my son's leg. This is 7 deadly sins on his leg. We have to finish shading the top part in, but the rest of it is done. I mean, in color, of course. It's not just line work, but this was his concept for his leg. It wraps completely around his leg, and he loves it. It's dope. You know what I mean? The Zelda piece for Zelda Queen. This is the part that's colored so far. I'm gonna color each piece as we color it on her body, but this is pretty much the Zelda sleeve. It's already on her. We've already lined it out and everything. We just started coloring. Link is colored and Navi is colored. And then like the smoke and stuff in the background. But we're gonna do her next, and then we're gonna make our way through all of them until we get to the top, and then I'm gonna go back in and like tighten everything up and stuff like that. But like again, it's I'm practicing drawing mundane shit so I can draw stuff like this. This is so simple to an artist. This is just some crows. To a regular customer, this is the dream tattoo. This is their dream tattoo. Because these crows are going to look so good on their body. And it's just something super simple that people don't think about. It's just some crows. But those crows placed on that chick's hip is going to change her entire look. And that's the thing, is like the 10% of what I know in digital art is all I really need to make nice tattoo art. You know, so like when I'm bored at home and I'm thinking like, man, I would really love to do a really cool whatever piece. I would draw it up. Where's that heart I was working on? Well, like this, I colored this, but I did a heart tattoo that my son kept telling me was too bright, and I'm laughing at him because I'm like, you don't get it. This is what people want. It's like that. It may seem bright, but it's only bright because you're looking at something different. I never put stuff to where it's supposed to go, so it could be anywhere. But it was like a heart chest piece. This was something I did for a friend. They wanted a Geiger-esque piece, but they wanted a chick that was like robot-ish having a human baby. And it's a sleeve. But this kind of stuff is easy. It's easy because it's concept. The hard part is learning how to draw, period. But when I learned how to draw, I'm like, I don't need to learn how to draw anymore because I know how to. That's where all this comes in. That's why this is fun. Because eventually I'm going to be able to use this to draw a cool-ass tattoo or something even cooler. While I'm sitting, that's why I'm eager to practice, because I'm like, what will come from that practice will make me all the money. This tattoo right here is 16 years old. So you can imagine how much better I am at tattooing now than then. But we never finished it because the chick couldn't handle the pain, and like it was too far and few between the appointments or whatever. But like it was turning out really good. And like the thing that you hate the most is that the tattoos you do, you don't end up finishing because the people never come back. This is an interesting story. The bottom part was supposed to be done by me, and she got it done by another artist, and the artist ruined it, and she had me like basically fix it. So all I did was just drew a whole sleeve and put my artwork behind the shitty artwork so it can be kind of like masked in it. We still never finished it. We did the top part, she never came back. You know, shit like that. But it's a good example to show what a flower sleeve would look like if I drew it. If I drew a flower sleeve and I put it on someone, the drawing looks completely different from the finished work. You know, it always does. So when you're looking at a sketch, you're thinking it's a flat drawing, and it's not. It's not a flat drawing. Imagine it wrapping around whatever you're seeing. You may look at it and think it's flat, but it's not flat. Like, see, like this right here. This is the drawing, but this is the sleeve. And of course, you will freehand and stuff onto the body after it's done. These are the things that you grow to understand, you know, as you do it or whatnot. I think my order is. Hold on, guys. I got to go get my Amazon stuff. I'll be back. Stare at these hands until I get back. Again, I'm going to post this sheet once it's done of these practice hands on my Patreon. If you want to join my Patreon, exclamation point Patreon in the chat. I'm doing a secret project for only my Patreon users that I think you guys might want to be a part of. So please, if you don't want to sub to the channel, it's cheaper to sub to my Patreon. Yeah, tattooing isn't for everybody, but that's the thing, is like, a lot of people are afraid to do tattoos because they're afraid to mess up, and it's like, you don't have to do it. Draw the tattoos and sell them to tattoo artists. You know, like, getting them is not for everybody. Like, it really isn't. And if you don't get tattoos, there's nothing, you know what I'm saying? Like, say you like tattoos, but you'll never get any. Like, that's fine. It's just something that's not for you. You'll get people that'll give you their opinion on it and stuff like that. But again, it's like opinions like assholes. Everybody has one. You know, you do what works for you. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Actually, BRB. I'll be back. Easy. Oh, he just moved to the side. Like, I mean, that's how I be. I be just like, what the fuck this dude doing? Give me that shit. Put it in my body like it's the matrix of leadership. Okay, I mean, damn. I don't know what the fuck happened there. The seventh sanctum. I'm assuming that's the last sanctum because the other six are, you know. And this is, I guess this is the chick that was talking. Sure if I was supposed to be doing that, but I did it. I feel like that was not what I was supposed to be doing. I think I dropped down in here. working. Sharpen my shit, and that's why I was trying to sharpen my shit. That's the only thing that sucks about this is they don't put shit in your chest. So I don't have shit for my stamina. So my stamina is always like very low.
You talking like freaking rations?
Yeah. And I don't actually make shit like that either.
Yeah, I didn't even know you can make rations. Actually, I don't have. I have some, so you must get that. Oh yeah.
I think you can use what's the name too? Dash juice.
Yeah.
Dash juice pretty much does the same thing.
It prolongs it as well, like keeps it full. How do you give me the bad side?
Well, chat, I think I think I have reached my limit for drawing today. I do appreciate the raid. Carson, if you're here, man, thank you very much. And those of you guys that stayed from Carson's raid, I appreciate it. Those of you guys that came in afterward and stayed or whatever, those of you that followed, subbed, all that, you guys are beautiful. I appreciate it. But it is time for me to go. I will be back on tomorrow. Practicing hands. If I don't finish them tonight, if I finish them tonight, I'll probably be drawing something new tomorrow. But I'm done for the day. I've been drawing for like 4 hours, 5 hours. The you know, at a certain point, the creativity starts to fade. Plus my food got here and I'm hungry. So I appreciate you guys coming out. I appreciate those that stayed. And yeah, we'll end up having to doing this tomorrow. Follow my Patreon, exclamation point socials to follow all my social medias, and I appreciate it. I will see you guys tomorrow. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, life is a canvas. All you need is ink. Have a good night. It was nice discovering you too, DV. Hopefully I see you around a lot more.